Alright, what's going on, Discharge Daddies? One second, just gonna Welcome back. Yeah, let's go. Gucci. Sorry, I was just updating the information. Leak anything accidentally? Hello, brother. Hey. What up, laddies? I guess I might as well let my Discord know. Ooh. How am I building Discharge? I'll go over that as soon as we, I've already been rushed through the acts, so you can see here, we've already cleared all the acts, we don't have to worry about that. I'm only level 29 though, so we're gonna have to, just get a little bit of leveling done real quick, and then, this shouldn't take too long though, because, I can just skip, inefficient zones. I just go to the best leveling point, and, should be able to breeze through this in about an hour, get to level 60, 65, and then I'll jump into one 5-way rotation. Or 5-way carry, not rotation. And from that, we should be 90, 95, and good to go. Hey man, I've really been enjoying your videos and stream. I'll be using your website next week. Awesome, man. Thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate the kind words, and I'm glad it's been helpful, buddy. What it's there for, so. Always nice to hear. Delve is good for quick level. I've never delved in my life. Like solo delve or getting carried in it. I spent 5 minutes doing delve, like whenever, because again, I was gone for 3 odd years or whatever with the military. So when I came back, I missed like 8 or 9 leagues. I did like 5 minutes of delving, and I don't think I've ever gone back. I think it and heist are probably the two least enjoyable styles of play for myself, like personally. takes not much time. Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, if anyone's willing to do that, that'd be sweet. Um, what level does anyone know off the top of their head? What level? What should we call it is? Bu- 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 Mage blood. You have an RF jugs? Yeah, that'd be great, man. If you don't mind. My character name is Discharge Goat. Oh yeah, okay. Well, if you're not familiar with what if any of you, 100% chance for discharge to not consume charges. I was the creator of that build. I wrote a pretty extensive build guide on it. I'll link that. I can link that to you guys in a second here. It'll be similar to that, down that vein, except I'm going to be mixing in original sin and some other stuff too. It's going to be pretty cool. Helping with, oh, somebody helped with downscale. Yeah, no, it looks like somebody said they could there. Yeah, very, very generous. Thank you very much. Who's that there? Common? Common. A big feature of it as well is that I've spent probably 5.5 years crafting items for the discharge ahead of time. We're gonna have some pretty OP gear. Yeah, no rush, dude. Here, I'll write it in chat. Here you guys go. So, 100% chance not consume discharge. Sorry, 100% not consume charges. So what it looks like in hideout. You can see here, I did 9 million damage per discharge, 4 times a second, with 100% crit and almost 1,000 crit multi, with 32 total charges. Here, you can look at it here. It's a pretty epic gear. So 150 mirrors worth of gear there. Here to help? Alright, thanks, pal. You have a 5-way? Awesome. That's great, man. Yeah, that'd be sweet. I need to get to like level, what, 60 or something like that for that to work? I literally, and I'm sorry if this ends up being frustrating, I've literally, and I'm not being hyperbolic, spent 5 minutes of my life. I invited you. It's okay. I already have it on. It's right. You're in my party, so it's my party options. It's right here. It's default level downscaling, and you have to have it enabled. If you mouse over this, it tells you. So disabled means experience penalty. Enabled, no experience penalty. But yeah, sorry. Once we get into, oh, you want to level? I'm actually done all the acts. I've already cleared all the acts. I got a carry. I'm just getting the levels now. Thank you though. Very nice of all you guys to offer. Yeah, so what do I do? Sorry, I just go to here. I don't have any self fight though. Is that an issue? Oh, actually, I might. Does the self fight carry over character to character? Oh, I do. Okay, cool. Or sorry, do I do it or do you do it?
Stay in the light, exile.
Again, I haven't. Is discharge gear ready? No, not fully.
This.
Wait, sorry, no. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. I've never done delve. Do I go to his or does he come to mine? I'll ask this guy. He seemed to know. Sorry, yes. I don't know what yes. There's just another point. There's a stream delay. It's built into YouTube. I can't turn it off. Oh, you come to me. Okay. I leave. Okay. Yeah. If you're ever answering something I say on stream in game like that, there's a built-in stream delay that that I can't turn off. So if you say something like yes, I'm not going to know what you're talking about because it's what you're replying to. I would have. Why do they? I will have had said like 30 seconds earlier. How many heroes? Okay. So how does this work? Do I go in or? Guys, I don't understand what's going on. Oh, there. Now I'm with you. No, I know. It just. Um. When you first went in, it wouldn't like it showed you as being in a different zone. Oh, this downscaled to my level again. Oh no, delve works by where it is, right? Like the depth correlates with the level. Yeah, it's close to my level. It's 39. It's good. I'm getting good experience. We're good. Oh, 60 to 70. I'm just gonna do 5-ways once I hit 60, 65. Like 2 5-ways, so like 2, like, how many are usually in a 5-way? 5 or 6? In under an hour of 5-ways, I'll be level 90. Okay. What do I do? Do I just portal? You guys have to, can you drop a portal, or how does this work?
Hello. Goodbye.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that. It doesn't do anything.
Welcome, Miss.
I mean,
Stay in.
are you able to drop a portal? Because there's no, I'm not able to. Here, maybe if I come back, maybe if I leave and come back. Go to the HUD, okay. Yeah, as I mentioned, guys, don't feel like you might insult me if I'm screwing something up. I've never done delve. I like literally, I've done like 6 delves in my life. Like 6 of these like nodes. There's very few things in the game I know less about than delve. Explain like I'm 5. Gotta go, big sale. Yeah, do your thing, brother. Hey, try not to go so fast, man. Remember, I'm on level 29 character. I don't have that much move speed. The purple stuff was what killed me last time, because I couldn't keep up. Would you start a community? I would start a community, but I would refuse to have any position of power within that community. I think decentralization is one of the things, like the unilateral and sort of vertically integrated supply chain nature of TFT, as well as the obvious conflict of interest between running the highest end items and also being in control of the supply chain to make them, as well as the marketplace by which people trade them, as well as fucking controlling the inflation of the basic gold standard to buy and use those items vis-a-vis mirrors. these are the issues, right? Like the community tool aspect of TFT is fantastic. It's the mismanagement and greed of the people on top that's the issue. So I would be willing to start a Discord to put my name to it, but I would refuse to hold any moderating power. I would refuse to be the server, like, like I would want to transfer ownership, and I would insist that there was at least like a group of 5 people that were subject to like review periods. You know what I mean? Like TFT mod, like Reddit mods, for example, you can be a Reddit mod for like 8 years. And if it's obvious that the community is upset with Reddit mods, there should be a process by which they can implement people that are willing to. Um, oh, uh, wait, how do I do that? But yeah, I would put my name to the project, and I would definitely be enthused to help set one up. But I would want there to be no, like, no possibility even. Like, I know I would never act in bad faith, but I wouldn't want there to even be the potential optics that that was a thing. I would want it to be a tool by the community, like for the community, that was moderated and held to the standards of the community. Even though the community doesn't like me so much, I think that's important. Oh, are you making a sale or something, or what's going on? I guess you told me to upgrade this. Where did I do that? Oh, here. Okay. Which one was it? Upgrade your dark resurgences. Again, it's not possible. Maybe if I go to hideout. Nope. Okay, so I can't leave. I can't leave the delve. It seemingly just like kills the instance every time either one of us leaves.
Hello. Hello.
My PoE armory. What's PoE? This is YouTube. I don't think. Do you mean the extension that's on Twitch? Because I'm not. I don't think that extension works on YouTube. You can look at my profile's public. It's also linked. Go to the description under the stream. And my PoE profile is linked there. My profile is public. My main character this league is named Wall Street. This character is named Discharge Goat. I should have called him Discharge Daddy. That was a mistake. Mistakes were made. Those over. I mean, I'm assuming you're being facetious about the Twitch thing, but did I get in trouble? Yeah, but it wasn't because of anything I did though. I was having dinner with my family on Christmas, and I went AFK, left my stream up. PoE crashed. Like the game client crashed. And because I always have screen capture on, like this, it defaulted to Discord, like that. And then people from TFT started spamming porn in my general channel. And then reported me to Twitch for explicit images, and I was permanently banned. I was actually pretty discouraged at first because I'd spent like 6 years and I had 7,000 hours of stream, which was all on VODs and stuff that I lost, unfortunately. But you know, I happened to just like on Streamlabs, there's like a record option, right, for your gameplay. And I had like there was a 45-minute period where I did a bunch of double corruptions, and I ended up making 800 divine profit in 45 minutes, which I had the full footage of. So I uploaded that video on YouTube just because I thought it was kind of cool, and I guess I ended up like catching the algorithm or something, and like you know my videos never ever amounted to anything, and like after like 10 minutes there was like 3,000 views. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, did somebody send you guys here? Like I asked in the comments, and they were like, no, like the fucking it was on the recommended. I was like, oh sick. Anyways, that video ended up getting you know like 10,000 plus views, and I was like, oh maybe there's like a you know, people were like, yo, we want to see some more of this stuff. Anyways, I ended up, like 3.5 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, I started this YouTube channel, really, like where I actually purposefully was posting videos. And I went from 1,000 subs to 8,000 subs in 3.5 weeks. So 800% growth in 3 weeks. And to put that in perspective, I only had 7,000 followers on Twitch. And I had streamed on Twitch for years, so it worked out pretty well, I think. But yeah, in terms of live streaming, though, yeah, streaming on YouTube is it's obviously not as prominent, but it's my only option, and also YouTube is a lot more laissez-faire with matters of moderation and reports and that sort of stuff. You know, they kind of let you do your thing. 8,100? Oh, like 100 subs today. Yeah, here, let's see. Yeah, look at this. 1.24K. And then look at the from the first video, 540 subs, 1.5K subs, 410. This is every day. Plus 410, plus 270, plus 430, plus 250, plus 230, plus 200, plus 720, plus 260, plus 310, plus 270, plus 200. And this is actually pretty funny because this is like around, sorry, plus 80, 80, 50, 60, 50, 60, 300, 300. This is the day that I posted the TFT video. So you can actually see that the TFT video not only did the TFT video not like financially benefit me, but it actually significantly slowed down my overall growth, trend-wise at least. The cart line. There's a portal near the crawler. Oops, shit. Sorry, I meant to go to the... Fuck, is that gonna break it? Sorry, dude. I meant to go to the mine encampment. Alright. It was entertaining, yeah. Yeah, you can see when I started actually. This is the first video. Yeah, I don't know I don't really know anything about computers, so uh I know they're not much to look at, but they're the best I can do. So I just kind of figured, you know, I mean, they seem to be doing well. I don't think that there's much evidence to support the you know, like I think that's pretty to me at least it seems like pretty good growth. So on like an analytics side, uh I don't really feel the need to change what I'm doing up, but obviously, you know, again, I'm not very good with computers. I just started doing this. I have no experience with that. Over time, I'm sure I'll probably get a bit better. But I think part of what makes me like me is you know I go into detail about things and maybe I over explain them to some, but um, you know that's probably not my target audience anyway. Going too fast. I can't upgrade my darkness unless we hit those little azurite notes. My videos are like completely fuck. They're completely unedited though, right? Like it's stream of consciousness. So like for 1 hour, it's literally off the top of my head without notes. Yes. 1 sec. I'm gonna grab my mage blood. Um, so I think I do an okay job considering, but again, obviously I still go on tangents sometimes. Why does it say I committed suicide? It must be reading my Reddit feedback. Chat AI. Sorry, can you DM me? I forgot your character. I lost your character name. No, I don't have blood rage on. Oh, probably press the Joedries, right? Good call. That's definitely what it was. What do I like so much? You can read this. There's actually a section on why I love Discharge so much, as well as some of my Discharge highlights over the years. The first paragraph in that, though, explains why I love Discharge. To me, it's also like quintessential PoE. Like every skill game, like every RPG I can think of ever has a skill like Cyclone or like Fireball, right? Like these are just like archetypal skills that exist in like every role playing game ever. But Discharge and the way that it functions to me is something that is very uniquely PoE. You know, you have different charges that you get from this really complex skill tree that you can also get from gear that affect the base damage of the item, and they disappear. Like, you know what I mean? It's just such a... And then they each independently also have their own, you know, buff and benefits. It's just a... Well, yeah, I mean, the old Mjolnir back in the day, Rainbow Nuke, is the build I'm sure you're referencing. The actual strongest version of Discharge ever was when they released Ascendancies, right when they released them, and it was with Juggernaut, and all it did was stack endurance charges, because the original version of Juggernaut had it so it was 100% chance every time you gain an endurance charge to get max charges, um, and also Immortal Call it wasn't capped at 5 endurance charges. Also, Max Res did not have a cap. As well, Discharge did not have an internal cooldown. As well, there were not proc coefficients on hit modifiers. So something like if you put like LMP, GMP, faster attacks, and multi-strike on what's it called? On Molten Strike, every one of those little fireballs that would pop off, each one of those that hit actually counted as an independent hit. They ended up changing the proc coefficient thing because of Blade Vortex when it was released. Because each one of the blades originally would give you like a Surgeon's Flash charge, or would count as an independent like hit for things like you know, life being on spell hit or whatever. So that's when they really took a look at internal cooldowns and that. But yes, when Discharge did not have an internal cooldown, specifically on Mjolnir, every time those little fireballs would hit, they would cast Discharge. And the Juggernaut version, because you would gain an endurance charge every time you lose every time you lose the power charge, you gain an endurance charge with Bull's Devotion. And since you always gain max endurance charges because of Juggernaut, that meant you could just not put any charges into power. You could get like 10 or 11 endurance charges, right? So every time that you hit with one of those Molten Strike things, it would discharge, which would put you down to 0, but then because it was depleting a power charge, it would immediately put you back to full charges again, right? So you were always discharging with full endurance charges, but on top of that, you also would equip Kingsguard, and Kingsguard gives you 100 life every time an endurance charge is consumed. So when you were attacking, you were discharging like 30 times a second with like 11 endurance charges. It meant you were getting like 30,000 life a second. Not to mention, you also basically were permanently physical immune, because Immortal Call did not have a cap on it with respect to endurance charges, which would again also be triggered by this. Furthermore, there was no cap on max res, so you had like the old Ruby, Topaz, and Sapphire flasks. Instead of having 20% reduced damage from the damage type, it gave 5% max res. So it, you know, just by having the flask equipped, you know, you go from 75 to 80, and then you would have what do you call it? Saffles, which would put you to 85, and then you would have Purity of Fire, or the Purities or whatever. Purity of Fire and Lightning, actually, typically. You get those level 21, and then you would put on aura effect to get you another 7 or 8%. Either way, you had like 95%, 95% elemental resistance. You had basically permanent physical immunity. You were regenerating like 31,000 life a second. You moved at killer insane speeds because of you were stacking all that attack speed so that Molten Strike would go faster, but then also because of all that attack speed stacking, your shield charge would be incredibly fast as well. And so you could zoom through maps with basic permanent immunity, dealing insane damage because of the amount of times you'd be discharging because of the lack of proc coefficient and internal cooldown. Yeah. Oh, 44. Okay. I gotta put Mage Blood on. Let me go to the mine encampment quickly after this next little nook or whatever they're called. But I've probably written 10 to 12 different discharge guides. Some are rather meta. With the aspect of the cat, yeah. I made that build too, actually, the original one. There's actually a video on my YouTube about that build. The Endless Misery combination with the June mod and using Peril's Fur and stuff. Actually, sorry, the Peril's Fur version is with the 100% chance to not consume, but the Endless Misery and that one I also, well, I made both of them, but one of them has a video on my YouTube. The other one is that forum guide I linked it. What the fuck is going on? Why am I not? Okay. Oh, you're new? Well, okay, sorry. Let me clarify, buddy. The video, I said I made the original one. It's from, like, Scourge League. We're talking, like, 5 leagues old. So, you can watch the video for some tips, but keep in mind, again, it's, like, 5 leagues old. I'm gonna be hitting near, like, I'll be going over everything discharge related here in the next hour or so. So if you want more a contemporary assessment of it, then just stick around. Also, I posted a video I think yesterday. If you guys didn't see it yet, I made a discharge ring, which is somebody made one, actually, to his credit. Somebody else made one today that messaged me. Very close, but still, I would definitely say mine is probably the most expensive ring base ever in the history of the game. And it's for discharge specifically, but can be used for a variety of builds. Okay, wait, I'm gonna go grab my head. This statue, right? Enemies withered by you. I'm gonna remove the enchant off this. Yeah, it's telling me I can't do it till 66. I'm just gonna remove the enchant. I'm never gonna be withering anything. Damn, this boy dedicated to leveling. Why am I lagging so much? Yeah, I mean, rings are never that impressive. I mean, I've mirror crafted. If you're not aware of this, I've crafted more mirror items than any other person in the entire game over the past probably 3 leagues as an individual. A lot of those have been what the fuck. Um, a lot of those have been rings, so I'm quite familiar with those. Um, here's another one too. Life, T1 life, T1 life gain on hit, and a frenzy charge. That's obviously not finished craft. There's the one I was referring to, and then if you want to see all the mirror items I've crafted, they're right here. It's flat LE damage. Well, first of all, I would ask you what your alternative would be, and secondly, yes, flat elemental damage is very good with Discharge because it has a 600% damage multiplier, efficiency multiplier. So when you add 100 flat damage, Discharge actually makes it 600 flat damage. Remove. Would you say the ringleader? I also own the largest collection of charge rings in the game and standard as well. So on both fronts, I'm pretty confident in my assessments. Okay. Let's see. Okay, okie dokie, OBC. More focus on the hoes got a career. But I'm noob. No, it's okay. I can tell. I can tell. The reason I'm not getting defensive is because I can tell you don't know what you're talking about. With no offense intended. Uh, bu- 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 I'm phasing. I am aware. I just have to find a quartz flask that was low enough item level. Otherwise, because if you get like T1 mods on it, item level requirements can be significantly higher. It's fine. I'll say stop. Level this. Ooh, that's nice. Increased effect. Come on. Alright, it's taking so long. Fuck's sakes. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Do a quick scan here quickly to see if there's anything I want to equip. Alright, we're good, I think. The order of your flasks doesn't matter unless they're all magic utility flasks. Like a light flask, it wouldn't matter if I put it there or there, because it's not, it wasn't, see, it's magic utility. So if you put a unique flask right there, it's just a utility flask. All that being said, if you have 5 utility flasks, yeah, it does matter the order. 220 deep, yeah. What did you not watch earlier this league? It took me 247 to get one. It's fucking crazy. That being said, though, the big money is in more so in the helmets. I made a lot more on helmets than I did big booty. Cookie? Wait, Cookie? Cookie, who do you think posted that? That's my post. Yes, look at my community section of my YouTube channel. Cookie. Here, I'll show you. Okay, Belton channel. Community. You mean this post? The guy who posted it is my moderator in this channel. I was banned from Reddit, so I got him to post it. It's not multiple projectile. It's skills, fire, and additional projectile. And there's no. Was their post true? Go look at the date on their post. It says we're shutting down on February 30th, which is not a real. That is not a date. February only has 28 days, 29 on leap years. Man, the stream delay just kills me with you guys. You gotta slow down, dude. Like, yeah, look at that. I can't even afford to upgrade it to level 2. Yeah. Oh, I can't put a. I thought I was keeping. I'm not. I can't. No, you're gonna have to wait, dude. I can't do 20 things at once. It's not a theory either. I've got hard line. Like I've got lots and lots of data. I can't do 20 things at once. If you wait until I'm done just the leveling here, I'll stop and I'll explain it to you. In brief, I'll do my best to explain it right now without showing you data. The helmet that drops is called Glimpse of Chaos. Glimpse of Chaos interacts with Vol Orbs differently than normal items do. It's similar to a Vol Orb. It has 4 options when you corrupt it. However, they are completely unique to that helmet. What they can do is it'll either remove one of the lines of text. So, you know, there's the Lightning Res, Fire Res, Chaos Res, whatever, ES, blah, blah. It'll either remove one line of text. You'll notice that there's one of those lines of text can be modified while corrupted. If you use a Vol Orb and it removes that line of text, nothing further can be done to it. However, if it does not, you can continue to use Vol Orbs. The second thing it can do is it can change the implicit to another one of the Ultimatum only implicits. So you'll note that there's ones that are like +1 minimum endurance, frenzy, and power charge, +1 skill projectile, 80% mana reservation, 50% aura and curse effect, etc. So I can change it to one of those. Okay. Change the mod to a different one of those. The third thing it can do is it'll turn it into a rare item that is item level 100, and it has two influences. So rather than just bricking to a normal rare, it elevates the item level to 100, and it will be dual influence. The fourth thing it can do, and this is the part that will be your big money, the fourth thing it can do is turn it into any random unique helmet. Any random unique helmet. So this means that you can get, I'll show you one in a minute here. I have a, what's the tornado shot Omni helmet? Fuck, blanking on the name of it. Sorry, somebody help me out. What's the name of that helmet again? Black Sun Crest. Sorry, I have a Black Sun Crest that I got from that has 80% mana reservation of socketed gems, right? So not only does the helmet naturally have +1 gems, but we have 80% gem reservation, which means you can put a level 5 awakened. Sorry, let me one sec. Let me show him this real quick. Here, see? Socketed gems get an 80% cost and mana reservation multiplier. That means I can put a level 5 Awakened Enlightened in there, which goes to level 6, which gives it a 24% reduced reservation multiplier, and then you get another 80%. By putting Awakened Enlightened in there, it turns a 50% aura to a 17% aura. This is worth a couple hundred divines. Obviously, there's cheaper permutations of it. I have an entire tab of them still, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, look at this, Ultimatum tab. So for example here, Lear cast, blah, blah, blah. Here's a double corrupted versions. Here are ones where it removed the line of text where you can change it while it's corrupted, etc. I'm to encampment. I'm in the encampment. Where are you? I'm not seeing you. It says we're in the same map, but I don't. Oh, you idiot. Okay, don't fuck up. That person fucked up real bad. The line of text says items can be modified while corrupted. All this requires is a blessed orb. Do not ever use a Vol Orb on one until you bless it. It just works like any other implicit. Blessed Orb, well, it's a glimpse of chaos. Every time. Even if it changes the implicit. That's nice, but yeah, you fucked up. The aura effect is good. The 80% reservation is by far the best though. Because it allows you to put in like literally an extra entire 50% aura. Oh my god. Ugh. Yeah, sorry, that's the best I can do. Explaining it without visual aids or showing you actual data. Yeah, the only ones that are really going to be aura effect is good. It's just +1 projectile and 80% reservation are typically your big earners. There's also ones that are super rare that can be worth a ton. Quantity of items found is an option, as well as nearby enemies have malediction. It's very valuable. Then there's combo. Oh, +2 to socketed gems. Like if you get a +2 to socket it, you can. Oh, another thing to mention too is that you can also get it. You can also double corrupt them in temple, to get 2 of the implicits. Oh yeah, another thing you can do too, when they go rare, if they turn rare, right? Fuck, I've been talking a lot. I need to go for a, like a stop, stop explaining at 1,000 words a minute soon. Yeah, please don't do that when I'm in the middle of stuff like this. It's very distracting. Fuck. What was I saying? As I've mentioned this before, and I know maybe it sounds like I'm making excuses. I have like I meant it literally. I have the highest what do you call it? Diagnosable level of ADHD possible. Something like a trade message like that while I'm explaining something that I go to look at will literally derail me. It's why I hideout warrior. So yeah, if I'm answering a question or something like that, just wait until I'm done or I'm not doing something like actively, like I'm just chilling my hideout or whatever. Yeah. Have I done the axe? Yeah. I'm just getting the levels now until we go to 5 waves. What was I talking about? Lost my train of thought. Oh yes, yeah. Sorry, but another thing that's really important is the helmet. If it goes rare, one of the best things you can do. If it's shitty, it depends on the price of tainted currency. But if you get a shitty roll, you can use a tainted chaos orb on it, or a tainted exalted orb, or a tainted divine blessing. I think they're called. You know, even the game sound is distracting me. I'm going to mute for a sec so I can think properly. Yeah, so because obviously if it goes to a double rare, you can use tainted currency on it still. So if you get a really, really sick mod, you can use tainted divine blessings to raise the level of that mod. Or if you get like a 5 mod one that's really sick, you can use tainted exalt to add an additional one. Or if you get one that is, you know, it's got like 6 mods, but there's one mod that's kind of, you know, shitty, and you want to try to get life or something like that, for example. You can use Tainted Exalted as well to try and remove that, and then again, you know, try to add one additionally after. As well, if the rare item rolls completely garbage, you could use a Tainted Chaos Orb, which just works like a regular Chaos Orb, but on that. However, the downside is that it can potentially turn it into a normal item. Normal being white item with no mods. And if that happens, then you can use a Tainted Mythic Orb, which treats it is like a zero-sum chance orb. And since the only option, Glimpse of Chaos, is a Vol Mask, the only option that it can have, because there are 2 Vol Masks. One is the Vertex, but that's drop restricted because it's locked to a boss. It's from a loot table, so Mythic Orbs nor Chance Orbs can hit those. And then the second one is what's the name of it? The Dex stacking one. The Dex stacking helmet. Fractal Thoughts. So if you get something like a +1 skill projectile, obviously use the Vol Orb. If it goes to a unique, nothing you can do to change that. But if it goes rare, you have those processes of steps I just mentioned. And again, the final one being if it goes normal. And again, if you want to skip the processes of rolling it as a rare, that's your prerogative. But you can always have the last step. Upgrade my resist. How do I see how much I have? Oh, I do have enough. Okay, that's it. Ooh, I only need 11 more. Okay, 11 more, and I can do it again. I am not being presented an option to come to you. Why do I level like this? I was told that it was the like I've already done all the acts. I got rushed through the acts, but I was only level 29 when I finished. I barely ever level new characters, and then I was told by chat that delving was the fastest way to just get levels until you go to 5 ways. I can't level in maps because I was level 29. And I'm still level 49. Once I get to map levels, I'll be doing 5 ways. I actually have a written guide about this on my website, I'm pretty sure, along with numerous other guides. I've kind of just got used to people asking me stuff I've already written guides about, but yeah, it's actually on my website. I'm pretty sure. I can level you with breaches, like at low level like this, because once I get to map level, I'm definitely doing 5 ways. They're like 50 times faster. But I mean, thank you for the offer regardless. Can you do breaches work on a level like this? At level 68, you can do aqueduct. No, at level 68, you can do 5 ways. A 5-way, guys. A 5-way like complete carry. So it's five 5-minute clears, and I will be level 90 by the end of it. So in 25 minutes, I'll go from level 68 to 90. Oh, it's okay. I mean, it's easier to have someone explain it to you specific to your thing, but. Yeah, I mean, if you ever have crafting questions, you could always check that out. 64? Okay, yeah, so 64. I don't have to be 68. Although I don't know what you're talking about, breaches or 5 ways, because again, there's a big stream delay. You can do 5 ways whenever you want. You just have to have the map device unlocked. And there's obviously the experience thing, but you get full experience. Yeah, that's see it. Oh no, like I appreciate the offer, guys. I know I'm good. Once I get to like 5-way levels, literally nothing even remotely compares. So weird not seeing me in the hideout. I know. I'm trying to combat that agoraphobia. 64 for breach. Okay. I know you can do. Fuck, I've done 5 ways in the 60s as well. I get no. That's what I just said. The experience thing. That's why I said you can go. Running 5 ways on Twitch when you're ready. Okay, sweet. Probably 15 minutes. Where are you? Wait, what the fuck? Yo, peep this ring, boys. T1 life. T1 life gain on hit. Present charge. Best ring ever. I can put this on right now, but I actually probably want to be selling that anyway. Give me a second there, brother. Okay, here's a good example. I'll put hatred right here. 50% mana reservation. Put it right here. 35%. I guess I can just take this off now. I can switch to like actual gear. Uh, what was original sin? 52. We're obviously just doing some makeshift gear in here. Da, da, da. This is probably the most like direct. Oh, I forgot I had an altar or a relic one of these. Q Q Q Q Q. It's usually not like I never really notice how disorganized my tabs are because I spend so much time crafting and shit, right? That it's just like I sort of innately remember where things are. But anytime I take a break from crafting and like focus on something else for a little bit like this, I certainly am very quickly reminded of my slovenly ways. I'm looking for my experience gear. I know I had a full like experience gear set, and I completely. Sure where it is. Chitus Apex. Oh, regardless, doesn't really matter that much, I suppose. When it comes to sex, I'm similar to the thriller in Manila. Bitches call me bigger, the common filler. Faster. Alright, I'll be there in 5 seconds. Fuck you. Look at my tabs. Little King's got you. Yeah, sorry, lads. Alright, I can put the sound back on now. Oh, skill points. Oh yeah, I forgot to put a fucking, sorry. Jewel. I put an unnatural instinct in here, I'm pretty sure. Where did I put it? Yeah, I'm 90% sure I put one. Fuck me. Whatever. Get a little move speed, that's fine for now. Bizarre. I just sworn I put unnatural instinct in here. How bizarre. How bizarre. No. How bizarre. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Do I have any cool tornado shot gear in standard? Yes. I have I have a substantial amount of stuff in pretty much every fashion. Nope. I have unnatural instincts. I just thought I put one for my other character on this. Sorry, one thing I should grab quickly before we go on that is ashes. Quality of socket. I'll slow down. Because that'll make me the jump a little faster too. Okay, never mind. I don't have enough cash on me. We'll get that. That later. Oh, sorry guys, I missed quite a bit of chat there. Do you have any cool items? Yeah, I've definitely got some cool items, man. Hey, dude, I've been homesick for the last 2 days. Your shoes have kept me sane. Oh, that's really nice, man. Sorry to hear you're sick, but glad it's been able to take your mind off it. You can open the drop list of. Whoop. I'd love to see Belton's altar. I have 3,000 tabs in standard, and somewhere between 1,000 and I don't know what that was. I just got one shot though. Somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 mirrors worth of stuff. So that's too high level. Oh, it's a pathing note. Okay. I should probably put I'm gonna put a cast and damage taken on actually, so I don't get one shot too. Which I apparently don't have. For the fuck's sakes, man. I do have an entire tab of level 20 gems though. Fuck, whatever. Sorry. I don't actively buy or sell things. On standard. Like I quite frequently go over there. Like every time I hit like I'm not able to go to you, dude. I don't know why. You have to come back here. I kind of jokingly always make the comparison that playing in a league is the NBA and playing in standard is the WNBA. That's not a gender commentary. It's a both are sports. Both have people that play them. Both have people that are interested in them. One has a larger market, and typically if you were to put the player of one versus the player of the other together. Also, ironically, The best way to make money in standard is, I mean, unless you want to sit there flipping items all day, uh, it's often just to play leagues, anyways. Not, oh, holy shit! No wonder I'm dying so quick. I have negative 60 res. I gotta change. I'll put on a bismuth after. I forgot. I had a gold rim. I had a gold rim on. And the belt from Temple that gives, and it was an perfect all res roll. So I had 78 all res from those, which I forgot. I just switched out. Okay, let me take care of this. Okay, we're just gonna roll over. I need to create the effect on it to be res cap, so roll over this one. I'll put reduced mana cost of skills on the next time I go to your hideout. I think we're Gucci now. Yeah, I'm not getting one shot, so that's a benefit. If you're wondering why I stopped with the flask with increased effect and no other mod, it's because I want to put a crafted, like a reduced mana roll on there, or like regen maybe. It's kind of annoying, unless you want to use a nulls, it's kind of annoying. You need a increased effect roll. Oh, before I do the 5 ways, it's definitely super important that we buy Dialas and Discharges. Unless we can get a good price in the market. As well as in Weakened Enhanced. It's fucking end ashes too. Actually, I'm gonna have to sell some shit. I know I have every craft. I was saying I just didn't want to. Like every time I leave to your hideout, we have to reset the thing. I was saying I just left it like that instead of augmenting it because I don't need reduced mana. It's not like I'm doing proportionately any damage here. Just need to stay alive. With this one, I gotta go make a sale with it. What's up, man? How you doing? Great, brother. How are you? I'm 53 right now. I'll be 54 in a minute. We're already done all the acts. I think around 64, 65, something like that. I'll start doing 5 ways. Or breaches if you have to do breach before the 5 way. Homies negotiating. Yeah, that's why I said no problem. Honestly, if someone is buying an item like at that price range and they need a discount, it's obviously a new player, right? Like that guy definitely needs to divine more than I do. So I don't actually mind that kind of thing. It's when people like offer you like fucking, you know, 2 divines on something that's listed for like 10 or 20. Is this some sort of fastest strat? I'm definitely not qualified to speak to that in like an absolute sense. Leveling is definitely not something that's a forte with respect to my gameplay, and nor is it something that I do often. Oop. You're welcome. There we go. Okay, What Uber boss? I would never, ever, 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 ever in a million, billion, trillion years go and do Ubers if my concern was profit. I generally map and like kill bosses, whatever. I do that for fun. Like I do whatever is of interest for me at the time, or like, or maybe I might need it specifically for something like you know, that double corrupting. I would do temple, you know, out of necessity, but it's not something. So that seems like it might be a private message. I'll check that in a bit. Oh shoot! I forgot to do the craft. Wait, sorry. Before we start, let me put on the bench craft. Actually, you know what? We can start. It's fine. To run a few travel nodes. Okay, perfect. I'll go change what I need to change. I have an original sin. I haven't used one, but I have one. I actually have a rather good one. I also have 4 mirrors worth of or sorry, 3 mirrors worth of omnis here, +1 curse omni, 4% dex, 7% int omni, 4% strength, and 4% dex with +1 curse omni, 4% strength, 7% int with wrath effect omni, perfect hatred effect omni. What else we got floating around here? Damn, boy. Where's the original sin? Oh yeah, got a quite nice of a original sin there. Double corrupted. Sucking on my titties. Ooh. Luck is strong, yeah. I made four. I made 4.7 mirrors in one stream. I think it might have been yesterday, might have been the day before yesterday, but in the past 2 days. And like half of it came from corrupting omnis. Really good money. I did the math on it too. It's a net positive outcome every time.
See.
Assuming large enough sample size.
Yes.
Do I want an aura bot for leveling? I mean, if you want to, if that's how you want to spend your time, but feel no obligation for that, obviously. Yeah, plus it. Yeah, that's the best way to approach those kinds of videos, because you always have to think, and this is important to remember every time you see something like that by myself or from anyone else, is that those videos are always made, or well, for mine at least, they're made looking back, right, not looking forward. So it's me disclosing what I did to achieve a goal. That does not mean it's something that will be replicable or that will have similar market conditions. I take this as being something somewhat implicit in these videos that people just sort of basically, you know, that I assume most people would sort of rationally understand, especially when I discuss the math, how to figure out how to, you know, whether or not it's profitable. However, you know, time and time again, it's people comment saying that they, you know, they tried to repeat it and they lost money, or they're upset and they think I'm fabricating the numbers. And I'm like, well, look at the date published. You know, this says it costs 50 chaos per material. There's 20 materials, and it sells for 5,000 chaos. And when you did it, it was 200 chaos per material, and it sells for 20 chaos or 2,000 chaos. I was like, these are drastically different conditions. But yeah, again, most of these things are they're looking. Smoke break. All right, cool, dude. But I actually think I started putting disclaimers in the videos to explain that. But as well, I also keep very detailed records of everything I do, both in recordings and in written form. So here you can see I actually took a complete guide on. Look at this. Yeah, so 2 days ago, total profit in one stream. $1,959 divines, 4.7 mirrors in one sitting. That's pretty crazy. With the omnis, you can see here I did 26 of them. 26 omni corruptions led to 1,728 revenue. Watchers rerolls, 591 divines, double corrupting gems, etc. Oh, last travel. But yeah, it's pretty easy to tell. I mean, like the analogy I always use is like, if you approach, if you think about the difference between a casino and somebody who gambles in a casino, why one of them is called the gambler and one is always sort of colloquially referred to as like the house always wins. This isn't just sort of like a, you know, a gambler's fallacy kind of, you know, like, why do I always lose my money? It's a factual thing because all the games that are in casinos are net favorable to the house, to a point that if they're repeated enough, it's a matter of mathematical certainty that they will end up profiting. For example, a roulette board that has 38 numbers on it that pays 35 to 1 if you pick the correct number. Obviously, there's a disparity of, you know, just over 9% there between the amount of options and your possible payout. Now, obviously, if you just go in there in a single situation and you put all of like $1,000 down on like 15 black or whatever, and you hit it, that's going to skew your data. And if you miss it, you know, you're probably going to get a sour feeling. However, if the rolls were inverse, you would know that as the house, you should always take the bet of the person who is trying to gamble you, because you can look and see that it is a net favorable outcome, positive EV. If you're a gambler, that's probably how you would refer to it. Now, there are a couple things. Number one is your potential of that item to be done in a large enough sample size to offset like small variance. right? So if something is like a 1 in 100, right? And there's only 50 of them on the market, you know, you're not offsetting any variance there. But if something is like a 1 in 4 and there's 50 of them that you can do, that's going to have a much more predictable outcome. And again, the larger that number goes, the more predictable that number comes. So if you can ever find an opportunity where there's a large amount of supply of something within the constraints of your budget, and you can see that it's a net favorable, it's not something that you should be coy about. It's actually a very good thing because, again, the more of it you do, the more it's going to fall towards the statistical mean. And with respect to what I was doing the other day, we calculated all this ahead of time, as you can see right here. Right? I can't stay focused on that until we get to this next little node here, but very simple calculations. But my ambition as a player and as like a, I don't want to use the word mentor, but like as someone that people come to for advice, my goal is not to create like a long-term customer, quote unquote, out of any of you guys. My goal is to provide you with like the base understanding of how to become self-sufficient. Because the real answer to the long-term wealth is that A, a lot of it is really just honestly putting in the effort, but B, past that, the best opportunities on the market, whether it's crafting or flipping or trading or whatever, or, you know, divination cards, corrupted, they're going to exist when you're first to market, or at least when you have no other competition. That could be because of the time of day as well. And inherently, if I am saying something, that becomes impossible, right? I would steer clear of things that, you know, are widely held as conventional wisdom, because think about it logically. Conventional wisdom cannot logically produce anything but conventional results, right? So if you hear something as all the time is like, this is the best way to make currency, you already know, just as a matter of pure reasoning, that this is impossible. Because if it were the best, and everyone were doing it, there would be no one else making more money than these people, which is obviously a complete fallacy. So, you know, when you see really highly edited videos that cutscenes every 20 seconds about how you should farm with like a league starting build and get your fucking Crimson Temples ready and blah blah, it's complete nonsense. Now, that's not to say it's not more fun, all right? And that's where you need to separate the subjective and the objective lens of your experience, right? They are objectively complete trash strategies compared to anything that I'm talking about that you can do in your hideout. Now, it's a video game. People's primary prerogative, for the most part, is to have a fun and enjoyable experience. If you dread every minute that you trade, then just map, right? But if you have some middle ground, right, then, you know, maybe map in a semi-efficient way where it's not stressful for you, and approach trading and crafting in the same lens. The absolutism or the, you know, things don't need to be binary and black and white in PoE. Sorry, I'm losing my voice, so I'm just gonna take a few minutes here just to catch my breath. Three times your investment? Awesome, dude. Congratulations. Of course. I don't know what your schedule is like, and I don't want to presume to put my, you know, my cigarette above your. You're already doing me a favor here. Oh, sorry, somebody messaged me, didn't they? You want? Okay, it's the Orabot. What? Whoa, for the longest time. Also, if anyone isn't familiar, I actually I pay for this out of pocket, so I try to keep it updated when I can. There's no ads or monetization. There's no paywalls either. But I made a website called the Hideout Handbook, which basically goes over my philosophical approach to currency and crafting in the game. I talk about some specific techniques here, as well as general advice to approach the game with. And then there's a section called How It Was Made, where I go over like dozens and dozens of different strategies, as well as step-by-step guides on how to craft mirror items. What you were talking about there with the glimpse of chaos. Here's my flask crafting strategy. You can see it's pretty well documented. I go through here, show examples on the trade site, step-by-step guides, you know, how different stages of it, blah, blah, blah. It's all pretty well documented and sourced. And again, all the information that's on here, because I stream 100% of my gameplay, it's all like it's beyond reproach in the sense that I can point to it on a video to like they're demonstrable, right? Here's the post I have, by the way, on the fractal thoughts with the whatever. Show me the message. Okay, great. Sorry, I'll link you guys the website. It is, by the way, whenever you're watching stream, if you guys are here in the future, whew, if you, I'm pretty sure on YouTube it has them on these too. Yeah, if you go here, see the video details, you'll see my website, Discord, Reddit, profile, mirror thread, and my Instagram are all linked. My Instagram obviously not relevant to the game, but pretty much anything that you would ever need is linked below there. MP's in the Discord. MP's in my Discord, yeah. But for full sake of disclosure, it was because he wanted to get mad at me at something that was misrepresented to him, and we spoke about it, and I think we're cool. I have no problem with him, but he was told that I called him a pedophile, which was not the case. Really cool and passionate. Thanks, man. League start? Yeah, I had 4 divines 90 minutes into the league. By the time I hit Act 2, I level very slowly, as you can tell. But yeah, by the time I hit Act 2, I had 4 divines. Do you have a link to your OnlyFans? I don't want to charge you and your mother twice, so this ain't no Netflix, baby. I keep the family package right. Don't need to no update the password sharing. I didn't get 4 divines in Act 2. I had 4 divines by the time I got to Act 2. Again, yesterday, or 2 days ago, I did an 11-hour stream, and in 11 hours, we profited, not generated, profited. So that's pure profit, not total. 1,959 divines. Breach stones are faster? Okay. Even at my level? What up, Path and Math? Matt and I have a good relationship, but just because a lot of people make the reference all the time, Path of Math actually watched me when he first started playing. So, circular logic there. But I predate Path of Math doing this stuff by about 6 years. I've been around this game for a long time. Okay. Smoky time. How do I get that starting currency? Oh, very easy actually. So vendors in town, they can convert currency types, right? The most popular currency on day one of a league, and a lot of people don't realize this, is actually chance orbs. Because chance orbs are used to purchase heist contracts, which is what a lot of people focus on who want to make money. And it's also used to purchase maps from Kyrak, which people who are trying to push maps do. Now, chance orbs can be purchased for one fusing. Fusing can be purchased for 4 jewelers from any vendor in any act. There are almost 0 people who are going to manually attempt to make a 6-link in the first couple of days of a league, simply by virtue, especially now because of the mob that drops 6 links naturally, but also because of tainted currency and stuff being in the game. It's just not practical for someone to manually 6-link something. So jewelers and fuse literally have almost no value in the first day or two. You can get them like jewelers. I was getting, I think, for 24 to 1. However, chance orbs were selling for 3 to 1. So I just turned 24 jewelers into 6 fusing, which I then turned into 6 chance orb, which I then turned around and sold for 3.5 to 1 chaos. And since it's currency, it's incredibly liquid and it compounds on itself every minute and a half. You can do this pretty much ad infinitum because you have 100,000 people playing on the first day, and the market is incredibly quick moving. Yeah, so that was actually that. And then I started buying exalts for I think 3 or 4 chaos each. And I was selling them 6 to 1 divine, even though divines cost the same as 12 exalts if you were to buy them one at a time. So I made 2 divines by doing that conversion there. And then I was purchasing jewels, have no item level restrictions, the mods on them, like your classic jewels. There's no tiers, right? So a mod doesn't matter. So that means that any jewel that drops, including at the start of the league, can be like a 10 divine jewel. Right, so I just keep my eyes peeled for, especially for fractured, 7% fractured life, 3% fractured mana reservation efficiency, and then I can just roll those with simple currency and make 2, 3, 4, or 5 times margin within a couple hours. All right, now I'm going for my cigarette. Y'all can't take jokes. What's that in reference to? Gave away all the sauce. I have a catalog with like I think it's up to 371 different currency strategies in it. So I'm not too worried. I've also streamed the last like 7,000 hours I've played this game, and I think the proof is in the pudding with respect to. Oh, y'all can't take jokes. Yeah, yo, mama. Yes, I believe in everyone's right to be offended. However, nobody has the right not to be offended. So, if you can't take things in good spirits, then I see that as a you problem. Where's my lighter? All right, there it is. You need about 6 or 7 minutes, guys. Woo. The best thing for that craft you're talking about, and nobody, like literally nobody, ever fucking pays attention to these. See what I'm searching right now? Type crafted, enchant, and have additional crafted modifier. You want a one-handed melee weapon. 3 of them online, 4 or 5 of them online. These are. It makes that craft like a so easy. Okay. This. Oh. So this is monster level 70, and I'm 56. Let's see if that works. What level am I now? 56. As soon as I get to the mid 60s, I can jump into 5-way. Then within like half an hour, I'll be 90 or something. I think I'm still probably a little bit under level here. Probably get level 60, 62, yeah. So I'll finish her up though. It's still, I'll drop portals. So. If you aren't familiar with or aware of this, I assume most people are, but in case you're not, gems don't, regardless of like what level you are, gems don't suffer from like diminishing returns or experience nerfs or whatever, and they do benefit from like 100% experience gain. Works on gems. But like the fact that I'm getting downscaled because I'm under leveled, that wouldn't apply to the gems. So I'll still get the full experience. Can someone kill the boss? I want to see if we get that Etch Claw. That's what it's called. So into Dex one. No claw. Yeah, we'll go back to Delve until we get to level 60. Yeah, let's just delve out of my hideout because that way, like, we're losing half of our time with the resets. If I die since it's in my delve, I don't think it matters. Should I take care of Haven? Sure. I think you guys might have to go back and portal again. Not sure. Why are there no mobs? Nate, actually, Nate, you probably have one. Do you have a Chitus Apex? Yeah, this is early delve, you're right. I think Aqueduct actually might just be faster. Stream plays like 50 seconds? Okay. Oops, sorry, I got a 4 divine sale, guys, one sec. Okay, let's rock it. Oh yeah, that's good. That's good. We're getting some chonks right now. Yeah, that's definitely a lot better. Oops. Been 300 million an hour right now. It's pretty good. More than triple what it was before. Man, I hate the bat. I despise Delve. I've never done it myself. 5-way build, yeah. You ever tried to see them? They're only like 2 chaos. I can just buy one. You guys don't have to go out of your way. I was just for the purposes of expediting this, that might be useful. But I mean, I'm 59 now. I think in maybe 2 more levels, 2 or 3. Whoa, 2 or 3 more levels, we can start doing breach until like 64, 65, and then we can jump into doing 5-ways. Why? That's the shield that it's the base that chances into Squire. Since I need a Squire and I haven't bought one yet, I just wanted to chance orbit on the off chance. You can also mythic orbit too, if that chance doesn't hit, you can corrupt it. Very obviously very low odds, but and Squires are also very cheap this league. Actually, they've been cheap since the Shield Bearer was introduced. Yeah, level 60, what up? Bang, bang. Whoa! Phew. Now you see it? Yeah, yeah. And we're doing 300 million right now. You get the IT? Yeah. Well, I mean, there's like 4 people with me. Looks like Nate DC. Nate, did you GC or did you log out? There it is. Yeah, we should be able to do breach runs now.
Greetings.
Is it 63? Okay, I'm 62. Yeah, no, I know. That's what I was just saying. I guess I just didn't want to waste it. They're only like 7 chaos though, so it's not a deal at all. Hi ho, hi ho. I do a Discord call? Yep. After I get 63, before we go to breach, I'll do it. I'll make it show. Hey! Yeah, on Discord, you can go in voice. Just let me get level 63. Discord, yeah, sure. What up, Poppy? Shit, I'm gonna have to fucking change all these sound settings. Volume mixer. Go for 29. No, it's for resale value. It's only like a 2 divine difference, but the resale is much better on the 30%. Yeah, it's a 2 divine difference. Ooh. Actually, no, I still want the. I'm actually gonna focus on experience gain of gems too. 9%, 10%, 8%, 8%, 6, 10, 29.9. Shit, sorry. Is the breach open? Oh, it is. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, before we do 5 ways, I need to buy like divergent discharge and a couple other things.
You also need to have 60% chaos rates.
Yeah, well, that's no problem. I have a mage blood stuff. Let's throw on that.
Oh, yeah.
I also have like 8 mirror pieces, so by the time we get there, I'll be able to have some of them on. The ring actually, the discharge ring I crafted, the frenzy power charge one. It's level 65 and it has it's got 35 chaos res, so that plus the amethyst flask will be enough.
You also need to have light, because you're going to have Dialos and that
Yeah. I'll be good. You know me, I fucking hate Hideout Warrior 101, so pretty much every time I level I do it through 5 ways, so. The exception of you know, my very first character. Ooh, 10 divine sale. Okay, perfect. That's enough money to buy all the stuff I need. Actually, you know what? I care more about a 10 divine sale. It's for fucking fossils, so the guy might leave. I don't come right now.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys done? How much cash do I have on me now? 36. Very cool.
Just no reason to.
Belton, you need 5-way sets?
I have like 50 requests.
I've got 50. Yeah, I guess if you've got 50, you've got enough for 100.
I don't think it. Well, sorry. How many sets? Like each one of them, like each 5-minute thing requires one of each one, right?
Yeah. I've got, so I was running 5 ways earlier in the league. I've quit now, but I've got 52 total stuff.
Oh, okay, I won't need anything like that. Like the last time I did this, I got from 65 to 90 in 2 rotations of 6, I think. So like 12.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like less than 50 all the way to 100.
Yeah, I think like somewhere around like between 90 and 95 is where like I don't want to go all the way, like, you know what I mean, like start a brand new character. I don't even have gear on it. And it's like level 100. Kind of takes away like, but you know what I mean, like it's kind of like takes away sort of some of the fun. I like being like level 90, 93 kind of thing. So like when I map, there feels like there's some reason aside from just, you know, the sake of mapping, and you're still getting.
That's fair.
Yeah. Again, like I don't approach maps with any other outlook other than to have fun doing them, right? Very like analytical and clinical about my currency, but with maps, it's just more of a pleasure thing. It's also why I don't use path of building.
Oh, you don't use POP?
I've never used path of building. I've never used path of building in my life. I actually had to install it when I was crafting my quiver because I wanted to see what the highest DPS mod would be for the implicit. and like something like that obviously needs to be like hardline measured. But it took me like 45 minutes how to figure out how to import an item. I was getting so frustrated. I was like, fuck this technology. I was like an old man sitting on his porch yelling at people for being on their skateboards. Although, you know what's funny? Even though I've never used passive building, I have impacted its development. Because I remember someone was chirping me one time for one of my discharge builds saying that it didn't even have enough damage to complete a white map. And surprisingly, because I have no relationship with the dude, but the guy who codes Path of Building actually interrupted and commented. He goes, actually, the build is too complex. Ooh, do I? The build is too complex for... actually, this is your map. You should take it. The build is too complex for Path of Building to understand or whatever, like the interactions. He goes, I'll fix this tomorrow. Yeah. And I was like, yo, damn. I was like, he just roasted him for me. Nate, did you get the ring or the divine?
No.
You're not Nate. Okay.
What?
It's your breach stone, so I'll give you the divine. Oops.
You guys could not hear me this entire time.
Thank God.
And Russ, I've been talking to y'all. I was like, so we're just not going to do the bosses, or?
We did it.
Wow.
What level am I now? 64. But to be 60. Okay, this is the last one. Then we can go to 5 ways. I need to be able to buy a couple things like Dialas and divergent discharges. I need a ashes and awakened enhance and etc. Actually, I guess I don't really need to get the ashes right away. The awakened enhance and stuff I do though. Actually, no, awakened enhance I can do with beast. I just need to get the discharges. Man, the sorry, go ahead.
Are you looking for a perfect ashes?
No, I mean, well, I need to have at least 29 or 30% for the impact it has on divergent discharge. Optically, though, it's just easier to sell something that's 30% than 29. So even if it's like 2 divines more right now, the resale on it, the resale time period, especially in terms of the liquidity of it, it's like one will sell in like 15 minutes, one might take like 2 days. So it's really just measuring what the reservation needs are. But it's fine. Obviously, again, as I said, if I get a 30% one, even if it doesn't have enough reservation efficiency for what I need long term, I can resell it probably in 15 minutes and just buy a better one. But buying a mid-tier roll is always a bit of a, not a gamble, but it's just harder to move after. I also, fuck, I'm not ascended.
I was actually thinking about that earlier. I was like, do you need me to run you through labs, or?
I haven't even done normal lab.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
okay. We'll get to level 90. We'll get to level 90, and I'm pretty sure even with my my skill set, we'll be able to complete the normal lab. Whoop.
I've got a 28%, 19% increased reservation efficiency ashes if you need.
Sorry, what was the percentage of it?
It's 19 reservation efficiency and 28 qual.
Yeah, and it has to absolutely be 29. 29 is the floor.
29 or 30.
Yeah, because it's I can't get 100% discharge to not consume charges because you can't get 10% Hawk 2. You need a recombinator to do that.
Okay.
But it can 99%. It's gonna naturally roll 139 quality. Ironically, when I need 140, so I can spare one. I can spare one quality, which obviously makes more sense on the ashes. But as I was just saying, for resale value, it's better to.
What are you using?
What's up?
What are you using for build? Don't you need
Mirror crafting. I've already spent like 6 mirrors on the build. But the frame of reference for saying what I'm using would be somewhat meaningless because if you were aware of the build already, you would be aware of you'd be familiar with the fact that I wrote the build guide for it. So if you don't know what I'm doing already, then there's no like frame of reference I could give that would be meaningful. But it's not too difficult for me to put together. I've literally played Discharge for like I could say at least 10,000 hours. So it's very, very second nature putting it together for me. Please take you to dinner. Nah. You take her to dinner. Smash after. Alright, there we go. Look at that, boys. Gonna equip the big bad boy right now. Woohoo! Oh, wait, sorry. We're doing 5 ways.
I was there when you crafted it.
I also forgot that well, I keep forgetting that I have this. Maybe do something with that, too. And this bad boy. That's the one thing that's gonna be different is the original sin. Oh, I had this sitting around too. Actually, that's a pretty good weapon. Oh no, fuck! I forgot. We're doing 5 ways.
Are you using original sin on your discharge?
Well, I'm making a new discharge build. I don't use path of building. I don't plan the shit ahead of time.
Okay.
All I have right now is a ring, and I'm working on a weapon and an idea in my head, and then I'll figure it out as I go. That's how I like to approach things when I play, because it's I find it kind of boring when you hard line everything ahead of time. Like following a build guide to me is so hard to imagine, because it's like you have a cut and dry thing of what you can get and you're told to get, and then you get them and it's like, what the fuck do I do now, right? But I guess most people want to get there as quick as they can. I sort of like to draw it out and have some fun with it, I suppose. But it's also probably like I think that was more of like a school of thought, not a philosophy or school of thought, but like when I started playing, that was like when people would find a cool item, they would make a new character and like try and make a build around it. Whereas now people they won't even create a character until they've fully got it like planned out on POV with these certain arbitrary benchmarks that have.
Yeah, I did that a couple leagues ago. I just ran double corrupted Val Temples until I could make a full unique build.
Yeah.
Like just a double corrupts from Val Temple, and that was probably like one of the most fun builds that I ever put. It wasn't good, but like it was cool to build something on your own.
Yeah, no, for
So
sure.
I respect.
But you know, no innovation ever comes from people just following someone else, right? If that's the case, like when people complain about the game becoming homogenized, right? It's a little, well, maybe that's just me complaining about that, but
Well, no. I feel what you're saying, right? Like a streamer comes out with a build guide, right? All the items shoot up to like 1,000% of what they were beforehand.
yeah, I mean, it's not even so much that, it's more of the crafting side. Like I actually love it because I take advantage of it, but people like, it annoys me. Like I love that I stream and stuff, but like the number one stressor in my life is answering the questions of chat, and like the number, does the build sell? What build will use it? As if like there is like this hard lined absolute truth to like 5 builds that are established enough that if it's not one of those, it can't possibly be something else. And it's like, okay, listen, I understand you just watched like a fucking Big Ducks video and now you've got your big boy panties on, but you don't respectfully know what you're talking about. And people get really upset about it too. They're like, I need to know what build uses this exactly. It needs to be meta. Like, do you remember a couple leagues? I don't know if it was a couple leagues or even if it was just last league, but like Lightning Strike, it was like you were either playing Lightning Strike or Spark, or you were missing like, that was like 75 or Righteous Fire.
Yeah, that was last league. It was Poison Spark or Doriani's Prototype Lightning Strike, or you were just wrong.
Yeah. So I found that atrocious. So I decided to make a Hate Forge character because everyone said Hate Forge sucked. So I just dumped like 75 mirrors into a Hate Forge character and then made sure it was better than all of theirs. And because I'm insecure, then I stuck my thumb up or my nose up at them. Gotcha.
I'm really glad.
It's like, I will spend 2,000 hours playing a video game to prove that you're a fucking nerd. Not me.
Lightning Strike getting nerfed was obviously a necessity, but like calling it a melee skill is incredibly dishonest.
Yeah, I've like, if I'm being truthful here, I've played probably 5 builds in 10 years. Discharge, Cyclone, Blade Vortex, Tornado Shot, and then last league I did Volt Ground Slam. I don't think I've ever played anything aside from those. Half the time, like, I don't know if you were there earlier when I thought that Hollow Palm gave you like a skill. I didn't realize that Smite was the thing that like shot lightning down from the sky. I was like, why the fuck is my Hollow Palm? I thought Hollow Palm was the name of the skill. What do I need now? Divergent Discharge. Oh, actually, I guess Diallo is too. Can I show you my weapon? Yeah, it's not completely finished, but I can show you the base. Oh, dude, you gotta be kidding me. People are selling clean divergent discharge. Oh my god. You are retarded. Divergent Discharge is the second rarest gem in the game. The rarest is what is it? It's a one per. It has a weighting of 1. It's one of the auras. Fuck, which aura is it? I'm blanking off the top of my head, but one of the auras has an actual weighting of 1. Like, you know how gem weightings, when you use alt qualities, they're normally like 100 or 50. Discharge is a 5 weighting. Or sorry, Divergent Discharge is a 5 weighting. But there's one aura that has a literal weighting of 1. One of its alt qualities. Can't remember which one it is though. I remember somebody wrote in the Discord one day that he used like 25 primary regrading lenses and couldn't hit it, and then I sent him the POEDB and laughed at him for like 15 minutes. How does he know it's... Oh. Come to me, Belton? Yeah, I will. Just find the gem here, buddy. Going for 21-23. There is no going for me. There is getting. But no, like if there's something I want, I'm either it's like there's no half measures. It's like I'm either gonna get it and do everything I have to get it, or I'm not gonna bother. I feel like that's one of the ways you kind of fuck yourself is like, you know what I mean? Like you're like, all right, this takes 8 average rolls. I'm gonna roll it 8 times, and you don't hit it in 8 rolls. You're like, fuck this. I'm done with this item. And it's like you just wasted 8 rolls where it could have like showed up on the 9th or the 10th. But yeah, I will get a 21-23. That being said, I will prioritize 23 quality first because it's mandatory for the well, actually, you get 22 quality if you have a 30 ashes. Thanks, Ombre. One sec, I gotta say, fuck, people, why are people recognizing me now? I liked it better when people thought I was a sociopath. How's leveling going? Pretty well, man. Okay. Do you guys ever have this? I'm sure you do if you're English speaking, unless you're like a savant. But when you trade with like Koreans or like the Asiatic characters, I don't know if they have different. I know they're different alphabets, but I don't know how to refer to them. And you message like 5 or 6 people at the same time because nobody ever answers the first trade message, right? And then somebody invites you, and you don't know how to distinguish between the Asian names, and so you're trying to figure out which person's hideout to go to. Does anyone else ever have that happen? Like a situation.
I just accept the one. But oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Absolutely.
Like when I have a spam, like
Try and match the first character.
That's smart. I just click whoever. I just open the party chat and go to the party leader.
I just message them all and say, "Learn to speak American," and then wait for them to come to my. Then I wait for them to come to my hideout. You fucking beta cucks. I was joking.
Oh. Here's some of that streamer privilege coming out. They're coming to my hideout.
Yeah, that's streamer privilege. That's true. Hey guys, here's I want to leak some secrets about the most ubiquitous platform in the game, systemically cheating. Fuck you, Belton! Quiddy, the guy who actually admits to cheating. Hey guys, so here's how I cheated. Thanks, Quiddy. That was really nice of you, Quiddy. I'm like, why the fuck is the guy... They're like, I love Quiddy. He's my bro. But I was like, this is bullshit. Why are people getting more mad at me for telling people about this than they're getting mad at the people who actually did it? I also, my favorite part of the whole thing though is Jenny Boo Boo's his news alerts, and I know English isn't his first language, but it's like there's 350,000 people in there. Get someone who's English to spell check it, bro, because it's like it sounds like somebody who's like calling you on a phone scam. Like, hello, this Belton? Yes. Okay. Well, if you don't get me like Google Play card right now, I tell everyone you're sexist or racist. No, police are coming. It's like,
Don't forget homophobic and transphobic. You really don't.
yeah. Oh, you have 4 of them. Damn. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm all the icks. Ooh. 1, 3. I have 4. How much were this guy's last character was Sanctum 600. That's what's that? I need.
Mad respect to Quiddy for dropping that. Man helped me complete my first mirror. I mean, now I know that it's partially RMT'd, so it's not as cool, but.
Yeah, and you know it was funny too. Like none of that would have happened. So like I started. I don't know if you saw my first video. It was like hypothetical. I was like saying this is how they do it, and then after Quiddy saw that and he saw that people were receptive to it, and I don't know if it was like, you know, well people are having the discussion. Let's kind of air it out. I know that Quiddy hates TFT because I actually my bow base, my mirror bow, I bought that off Quiddy, and then when I was talking to Quiddy and Bat. They both told me when they started playing that they used to watch me for like crafting streams, which I was pretty flattered by because they're both incredible crafters. So I thought that was pretty cool. So we maintained kind of like a friendship, and they were like, "Yo, we're actually rolling a Fizzbow," and I was like, "Oh, well, I'm obviously gonna roll this Elemental." I was like, "Let's keep in touch about what we're crafting, and that way we don't step on each other's toes." And like for example, I crafted that Omni belt that was 14%, 14%, 18%. And they had the 18%, 18%, 18% belt, but they would only sell it to the person if they made it a ward loop belt and not an omni attack belt because they knew I had an omni attack belt. I thought that was like pretty like cool of them, right? So we kind of like kept in touch over that shit, but it was largely because we didn't like the idea that fucking TFT tries to monopolize the entire market, and especially because they don't even craft their own items, right? You know, they just eventually centralize enough of them that they can push people out. Plus, one of the things that they aggressively do once they have money is like they only have to pay the crafter for how many copies are done, right? And so as soon as there's like 5 copies in existence, eventually someone lists them on the market. So then they buy the listed version, right? And then the next time somebody comes to mirror it, they just take the mirror and they resell them the one that's already been copied. And since they're not actually making a new copy of the bow, they don't have to pay the crafter. And that also allows them to buy the items early on when people, you know, paid like 100 divine fee instead of buying them later on when it's like a 2 mirror fee.
Yeah, I saw that with the Fizz one that people were relisting it, right? And I messaged them because I wanted the Fizz one, but I wasn't gonna pay the fee, and I was like, look, I'll give you the mirror for it, like cut your loss.
Yeah.
But like that doesn't work when like obviously TFT is just gonna be buying.
Yeah, no, I also I know because people send me DMs or you know screenshots of DMs with him sometimes. I'm sure he's more careful about it now, but I know it drives Jenny Boo Boo nuts when I refer to something as number 1 in the game because he thinks he owns all the number 1 ones, but he can't like publicly because of like obviously his nefarious backdoor activities. He can't like speak out in a public arena because people would just tell him, you know what I mean? So every time I make an item now, I make a note of when I put it on the forums of like, even if I know it's not the best one, I label it number 1 best, and fucking Chidubu gets so pissed off. Like, how can Belton think this is the best? You don't even use path building. This guy even understands tornado shot. I start getting sent DMs of like screenshots and DMs. People send, and I'm like, this is so petty, but it's such a simple pleasure. I got a discharge. Go ahead, brother.
I made that Obey poster that I posted in Reddit before it got removed, and I know one of the TFT mods currently, and he sent me a list of DMs that were like, "Oh yeah, they're talking about it. Like you're not getting back."
I mean, the guy who literally made TFT like used to like hang out on my channel for like crafting advice and fucking like to borrow currency and like he might have, I don't know definitively, but I'm pretty sure he might have been a sub of mine, Amigo Boys, back like this is like 7 years ago. But and that's why like when Nell like I really hope like Jadubu gets banned and I can just send him the most smug DM ever, being like, you know, this all started over you trying to moderate my stream. You just lost a mirror empire for 2 divines. But I even said that too to Nell. I was like, look, dude, I don't rip people off. I was like, I know some of your founders and have known them for a long time. I was like, this has nothing to do with Two Divines. It has to do with the fact that the person didn't ask me. You told me to. I was like, if you hadn't said anything and like somebody in my guild had, I would have given it back to him. I was like, but it sets a terrible precedent for me to like because you're a TFT mod, which is obviously competitive in some respects, at least as the market's concerned. I was like, if I agree to do this on the basis that you were watching my stream, that's me saying that you now have implicitly the right to tell me what is appropriate and inappropriate behavior that has nothing to do with your platform. And that's one of the things that gets, I think, lost in the retelling of the story quite often. But I was saying that to Nell, though, the one who was like trying to pay me. I was like, dude, like I've literally known the people that founded the thing for fucking like a decade. They know I'm not a scammer. But this is when I started crafting mirror items too, so I don't think that was coincidental. Ooh, 35 divine sale. Okay, that's another watchers. Well, we sold an 8 divine one earlier, so that was 330, and then 365. Why am I buying all of the discharges? That is for because I'm playing a discharge build, and you need. I like obviously you want to have level 21. That's gem scaling for spells is an obvious thing. Hopefully, that is doesn't need much explanation. But because of the build I'm specifically doing, I also need to have 23 quality, and hitting 21, 23 is a very rare thing. Oh shit! Did I not trade that first? Wait, someone sent me how to hit a discharge. Oh, sorry, man. It was 40 chaos. Okay, cool. 1, 2, 3.
That?
Storing for after you put up the video? No, because hitting 21, 23 with a double corruption is like a 1 in 40 or something. The last time I did it, here I can actually show you because I screenshotted it. This is how many double corruptions it took the last time. What is that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 34, 35. 35 double corruption. And so when they're at a reasonable price and I can get them as 2020s, it's also an incredibly rare gem, like the actual weighting of it, which a lot of people don't really recognize. But if you look here on POEDB, you can see it's actually only a weighting of 5, which means if you use even from Anomalous, which is the highest weighting itself, so this would be the best one to use a primer grading lens on. Even from that, it's a 5 weighting out of 75, so it's a 1 in 15 regrading ones. What was the other thing I needed? Oh yeah, Dialis. Oh, and Awakened Enhance. Ooh, fuck. Someone on my guild online because there is an investment opportunity with huge margins. Is it going to be a 100% chance to not consume charges? Perhaps. But in case we're not familiar, I'm the one who created or invented that build. But that was the one I just linked you. Fuck. What do you mean? It's a little bit different though. If you want to get like a ballpark kind of idea, send that to you in a second. Oh, 22, sorry. 22. I got 222s, about 7 Mac 11s, 8, 8, 230, yes, 9, 9, 10 Mac 10s, the shit's never end. Can't touch my riches, even if you had MC Hammer and them 357 bitches. Okay, I corrupted.
You get nailed with DMCA super hard on YouTube versus Twitch.
In a different way. Like on Twitch, you don't like the ad revenue kind of like goes it goes live. Like I don't think I ever got paid for VODs, but if they do, they just block out the sections where the music's playing. It just mutes it. Whereas YouTube, if you have a VOD, it literally just demonetizes the entire VOD, but it keeps the sound in the recording. I need to borrow 3 divines. Does somebody have 3 divines I can borrow for like literally 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Are any of you guys in the guild? If you're in the guild, can you
No.
just join the guild? Mate?
Nope.
Okay, wait, sorry, DM me. It's Discharge Goat. Awakened Enhances have an incredible margin of profit on them right now. To double crap. They're 20 divines. A level 5 sells for 120, and a level 4 sells for 4 divines. It's a 1 in 4 double corruption because it's an exceptional gem, so you don't care about quality, which means it costs 80 divines on average to make a 120 divine gem. Plus, you get to sell the 3 bricks, so it's 132 divines for an average spend of 80, which is a net profit of 53 divines per 4, or 13.25 divines per double corruption. So that's what I'm grabbing right now.
That sounds great. It also sounds like a lot of investment.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's all scalability, right?
Yeah.
Like the other day, like I spent 3.5 mirrors rolling a 3rd mod on a discharge fucking jeweled foil, right? Which is a more sensible investment realistically at the end of the day. But this is one of those ones that I was talking about earlier. Like the more you scale it, like the larger your sample. Like if I have 2 of them, very small sample size, obviously a huge variance. If I had 50 of these, it would have very predictable outcomes. There's not a big enough market for it anyway. There's never more than like 4 of them for sale.
Yeah. Well, speaking of, what would you do if you had to start over right now and you had about 10 divines?
Same shit I always do. There's nothing principally about how I approach the game that is contingent on the amount of currency I have. It's literally, I think that's what I try to emphasize more than anything. Everything is about scaling. Like everything, in terms of like tact or technique, can be scaled to pretty much any degree. It's understanding the principles or the why. Like too many people focus on the how when it comes to currency, right? But they don't understand the why. If you understand the why, it's like a fisher kind of or a fish thing, right? If you understand why I'm choosing to double corrupt these right now, the math behind it, the basic arithmetic, then you can go out and look at every other gem and see where that opportunity exists. There's 250 gems. It's very simple. I could do it like I didn't even have to write it down there. I could do it in my head. You know what I mean? And so like understanding that approach and then also knowing that it doesn't, like if I'm doing it on a 20 divine gem, okay, well that's expensive. Maybe I can do this on a 20 chaos gem. Or, you know, as I mentioned, I had 4 divines after 90 minutes into the league by fucking flipping currency off a vendor.
Yeah.
Like there's not too much that's very difficult. I think people get in their own way too much. Or people have a perception of risk aversion as being something that is good for their wallet, you know? Like they see individual actions through the lens of that action itself and not in a holistic sense. Because this game is all about opportunity cost. And if you are risk averse with one action and you hold that as like a mantra, they're not independent consequences. If you know that something has, if I can codify something as a net positive outcome and you, you know, under the pretense of risk aversion, avoid doing each one of those net positive outcomes over the course of a day, especially if you have a low amount of currency, every time you're avoiding doing one of those, you are losing a compounding rate of return, right? So it might only be a 10% net profit margin on the first time, but you're making all these micro decisions throughout the day, whether you're conscious of them or not, that involve similar principles. And if you do it 20 times in a day, you know, that 10% margin all of a sudden became a 500% loss.
Yeah.
I think that's a really good outlook. I like to personally look at time value of money, right? So like if I'm not making as much as somebody who's making significantly more than me, right? The amount of time that I spend doing something is worth less than the amount that it would be worth to somebody that's making more money. So
Yeah.
for example, like your rolling flash video, right?
Mhm.
Well, you know, if you're mage blood mapping, like Primy T, making like 10 to 15 div an hour, you're not gonna spend, 20, 30 minutes rolling flash
Yeah.
that you can buy for 2 div.
Here,
But
the best contestation I would have to this in terms of time value for currency, if I stream for 20 hours, I can guarantee you if you went through that VOD and calculated how much time I actually spend crafting or trading, it's maybe at most 2 hours. And not only that, I'm also literally explaining to people and showing people what I'm doing as I do it, and I make more than 99.9999% of people in the league. And so if you want evidence of the fact that I can be so inefficient with my time while also telling people what market I'm doing and giving them step-by-step instructions and have been doing so for like 8 years, and you compare that to something that is completely high focus, high energy, high involvement, where it's like, okay, this might have on paper a theoretical efficiency cap that is higher than what I'm doing at the time. There's the scalability issue, and the problem with anything that is looked through the lens of time is that anything that is contingent on time investment in terms of looking at your opportunity cost is that you always are going to have a ceiling, and this is not like an assert, like this is uh by virtue of what you're describing, because here, I'm using MS Paint because GG, you're gonna have your time and your currency, right? I don't know, fucking right? And even if you get more efficient as it goes on, you're always gonna hit a ceiling, right? Because you're handicapped, or you're eventually bottlenecked by your capacity to physically complete that task, right? It doesn't matter if you are 100% efficient and you are 100% focused at all times on mapping with the perfect build with perfect mirror gear, and you have everything pre-rolled and you have a perfect computer with no SSD. You never have to pee or eat food, any of that shit. You are always going to be physically limited. Eventually, you'll hit a ceiling by virtue of the time it takes you to click and move, and load times and things like that. Whereas what I'm saying here, you can literally spend 2 minutes on something where your money will do that exact same chore for you to a point that it becomes such a passive resource that you can literally fuck off and do nothing like I do on stream all day, and then tell people what you're doing, and it doesn't matter because the money comes in faster than you're not. And so because of that, you have this parabolic curve in terms of time value, right? But the problem with it, I think, at least in its mass adoption, is that it doesn't have that direct spike at the beginning, right? It's not linear in the sense that if you're to look at it in terms of time invested and reward curve, if you look at something like gearing a character and mapping, there's very much a direct correlation between, okay, I'm putting in more time and I'm spending X amount, and you're pretty much always going to see like a return that if you were to again graph them like this on an XY axis, it would almost be like a 45-degree angle. I'm investing this amount, I can see that I'm improving this amount. What I think throws people off with what I'm saying is that it's not something that is apparent, right? Where these guys might curve like this at the start, where it's very sharp and there's a market improvement. It might be a much slower color. It might be a much slower start, right? Like this, right? Where again, it's trending in the same direction, but it moves a little bit slower. But the difference is that at a certain point, it begins to go like this, and this eventually plateaus, and that's the diminishing return of dollar value. And so, for example, if you spend 2 divines on a build, assuming, let's say, this character is hypothetically level 90, and it's completely naked. If you spend 2 divines on gear, those 2 divines will improve your character by literally an infinite exponential amount of percent, but let's say it's theoretical 100% gear maximum and min-maxing potential, it gets you 70% of the way there, okay? The next 10 divines you spend will probably get you to 85%. So instead of spending 2 divines to improve 70%, you're now spending 10 to improve 15. All right, next 50 divines you spend will probably get you to 90% of the way there, right? So now you're spending 50 to improve 5%. And if you want to go from 90 to 95%, it's probably going to cost you 500 divines. You want to go from 95 to 99, it's probably going to cost you 5 mirrors. You You want to go from 99 to 100, it's going to cost you 50 mirrors. And because of that, there's a plateaued scaling and diminishing return on that. Plus, there's an inevitable feeling in which you're handicapped by your physical capacity. Whereas if you craft or invest in things, the physical action of trading something itself or crafting it is minuscule because it doesn't need to be actively serviced, right? And so it's anyway. Sorry, that was a really long reply to that, but I feel like it's a fundamental
No, you're good.
understanding that, or not misunderstanding, but I would say if there's one approach that people have to this game, that is misconstrued with respect to the economy. Now you have to keep in mind too, if you can't pursue something meaningfully over a long period of time, it does not matter at all. It's completely moot, right? If you hate trading and it's going to make you quit after 2 days by trading, whereas if you just map and you can play for 2 months, then fucking do the first option. But from an objective lens, they're not comparable. Now, we aren't robots. Human beings are human beings. So you need to apply your own preferences and your own, your own disdain and tastes and hours of operation, etc., as well as your skill level. But you also need to be honest with yourself about what your goals are and like how willing you are to accomplish them, right? Like people will say, I want to get a mage blood, on the first week of the league, but I refuse to trade because fuck the trade in this game. It's like, okay, dude, like, fine, go watch a Snoobay video 45 times over and over again, and like, tell me how that goes, because what's wrong there is the misalignment of those two stances. But for someone that is, sincere in their interests and possesses the courage of their convictions to follow their pursuits, it really is something that most people would tremendously benefit from pursuing.
Yeah, I have no issue trading. So that's never been an issue.
Yeah.
I just I've never been very good at seeing
finding the opportunity, like knowing where to
Yeah.
look.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
My
No,
brain's like-
it's okay. It's like again one of the good things I suppose from like having these kinds of conversations with people, especially when it's on voice chat, 'cause it's much easier to talk about this than type it. I've been again playing the game for 10 years, and this is the same way I've been playing it for that whole time. So 99% of things that people have in terms of what's holding them back are, it's not like that's an uncommon thing, right? Like it's a sentiment shared by most people. And what I all I would say to that is that it's much more blatant than you would think. If you want a very prime example, okay, Chaos Orb for Divine. All right, what's the rate there?
266, I want to say. Right
266. Okay, now what's Divine for Chaos Orb? 270. Bada boom, bada bing. We just found a market inefficiency. That is literally is how simple it is. Now, obviously, that's not one that I would pursue meaningfully, but if you can have like that level of observation and notice, okay, if you have especially because Craft of Exile and tools like that exist now, where you can actually literally like measure what the cost is of certain things. If you know that a crafting cost for something is on average like 4 or 5 divines, and to buy it on the market is like 20, right? There's an inefficiency there. That an inefficiency is just a different word for opportunity. I'm not saying you go all in on this at once. Maybe you try it out on Craft of Exile comfort times. If you're uncomfortable, maybe you run it by somebody who knows crafting a little bit better, the market's a little bit better, to confirm your hypothesis about the inefficiency there. But honestly, just keep your eyes peeled. Like if you look at everything through the lens of instead of I want to buy this, it's I want to make it for myself. But is it cheaper to buy it? That reframing will make you find 100 different opportunities a day. Because every time I see any item, like for example the Awakened Enhances, I know I need a Awakened Enhanced level 5, right? Shit, sorry Nate, I'll come right now. I know I need a level 5 Awakened Enhanced to make the build. Like the build does not work without it, right? But instead of looking at Awakened Enhanced level 5, the first thing I looked at was Awakened Enhanced level 1, because I know by virtue of the fact there's a risk element, it tends to be mathematically favored to the person who took the risk. Um, Whereas I think some people will approach it as I need to get 120 divines to pay for this level 5 awakened enhance. And again, if you just approach pretty much everything that you either buy, look for, or want to check out for different builds, simply with that one little kind of mental trick there, you will find, I kid you not, probably 10 or 15 different things a day. Every single thing I have ever found has been because of that. Um, okay, sorry. Yeah, we can get going. I can get Diallo's another time. We can build by the Diallo's, then we can go. As I've mentioned, probably countless times now, and I'm sure it's probably a little year or two. I have almost zero capacity to multitask. So like talking to you guys, I can't even look at Twitch chat. Someone DMing me, I can't speak to you guys. And if any of those things are going on, I can't focus on what's happening in the game. Oh yeah, I don't want a corrupted one because I want to be able to change the socket colors. Yeah, I don't care if it's. Oh, big difference. Oh, actually, this one's 6 socketed, right? Why am I price fixing beast? What are you talking about? Is this guy kidding? I was tabbed out for. Look at this. This is the most ludicrous reaction I've ever seen. I was tabbed out of the game for less than a minute. And he asked me why I'm price fixing a 35 Chaos Beast because I didn't reply. And then calls me a scumbag. I would hate to see this guy like a magic show. You lied to me! You Fuck, I forgot I just bought these. Yeah, let's get a shitty Diallos. Yeah, I need to focus on one thing at a time here. I'm being really distracted.
No, yeah, do what you gotta do. I'm trying to.
Oh no, it's not your guys' fault. I again, the more stimuli, I'm just really, I don't know if anyone, especially in Twitch chat, maybe can relate to this. I get like legitimately overwhelmed when there's like more than one or two things going.
I cannot leave apparently.
It's a pretty good roast. That's a pretty good comeback. I was like, dude, you seem psychotic. I was tabbed out for 1 minute. He's like, oh yeah, psychotic, eh? I was like, well, I hope you're not illiterate too. Dude, this is insane.
There we go.
Why are people like this? Ay, caramba. It was like the most like I was he had the temperament of a 5'2" man who was balding and coming off steroids.
Do we have a resetter?
Double corrupting gems corrupts them twice. It's not the same as single corruption.
Don't worry about it.
As well, the odds of success are different because it doesn't matter on an exceptional gem if the quality goes down. It's 25%. It's actually a little slightly higher. There's lots of literature on that already, though. You can look that up. Just type double corrupting gem. Oops, sorry. Double corrupting gem odds. There's like literally 200 different posts on it. Shit, do I have the... Shit, I don't have Chaos Res Flask. Fuck. Oh, if we're not going to fill this group out, can I grab a Chaos Flask quickly?
You
I know, if you want to fill it, if you want to fill it, fill it. I just forgot.
Vibes was saying he's good to come if we need people.
it doesn't really matter. I've tested with one person compared to 5. There is no consistency.
Alright, okay, so I'm presuming I'm cool. If not, I'll just pay you for the spot. But yeah, I'm gonna instantly die probably if I don't my Chaos Res.
Oh, okay, so we do have a resetter. I missed that. I was like, hang on.
It's not against terms of service, but it is in fact reset. TFT recommends you have 3k HP and 75 chaos.
Tell TFT I recommend they blow me slowly. How much do they recommend?
3k alive.
3k life? Okay, we're gonna go.
Honestly, I just throw up helms on.
We're gonna go 29. We're gonna go 2,900 life, and how much Chaos Res?
I remember when I was resetting for FP. Resetting for gem levels. I had 10k life on the character.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just swapping out my DPS points on my tree into just the life nodes and Chaos Res ones.
Resistances and other stats go for high. It's insane.
Yeah, no, I'm good on that. Anyways, I'm just pumping up the life a little bit. Sorry guys for the delay here. Oh yeah, chest. Chest. 75. What's a unique chest that has lots of life on it? I forgot. I have a fucking
Thumbs heart.
great. I don't think I'm high. What is Calvin's heart is what level? 68, I think.
I don't know. Cartridge Jack?
I think it's the right word.
Pretty sure it has life.
Oh. Belly of the Beast. All right, I'm just gonna bring in. I'll bring
Belly
in
of the Beast, that's the one.
Yeah, I'm just gonna bring in. Fucking do not index. Hey, sorry guys.
Ready?
Let's do this, Leroy.
It's crazy that you don't even have to fucking move anymore. Used to be at 5 was you had to run around in a big circle.
I mean, I have YouTube videos on my original build where I'm like
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean.
since off Omni though, there's no reason to run in circles. That thing's way too easy for this build.
Well, and I've heard Nimbus is pretty broken with this too, isn't it? You're using. I'm sorry, I thought you meant omniscience. So I was like, well, I mean.
I use absolute stars to build for AoE. This build's completely AoE. I have no damage stats to me.
Well, what's your base before you start ramping then? It's got to be enough to kill things. Well, I guess that makes sense.
I had 3,500, you had 3,200.
I have like the most insane body armor for it's called 5 carries. It's grasping nail with first strikes and increasing 5 overcap resistance. And I have like 600 overcap.
How many levels have I got? 5 levels already.
And then flat lightning damage per power charge. That chest is at 40% damage.
Oh man. My computer's not even good enough to do this, but I've always wanted to be able to play essentially your character.
There's actually ways you can do it. It's not TOS friendly, but so basically what you
Okay, muting Discord.
Did he actually?
I think he might.
Oh shit. They expect you to have 3.5k life? Yeah, I'm gonna do it with 3.3k. Let the world know. That on this day. Oh, why isn't period in here? Oh shit, people talking about modding in my channel. Fuck. Caramba. Anytime people are talking about moderation, it's never usually a good thing. Okay, wait, I'm gonna search up. What was MP's first message? I don't feel like MP would come by unless he had like a like not a spat, but I've never seen him be in there for social reasons. How do I know it's the real MP? Because him and I talk all the time. Not all the time, but like it's the real MP. The first time he came in there was because he got mad because somebody linked him to something I said on stream. Or sorry, somebody said like went into his channel and said that I called him a word I didn't call him, and so he came by to ask why I said that, and I was like, no, that's not what I said, and I explained it to him, and I guess it's just been in there ever since. There's lots of like cute dogs in there, the tie ties I think is in there, MP's in there, Iron's in there, Ghazi and Ghazi's crap, Ghazi's in there, a few people. I'm not trying to like name drop. I'm just saying it's not unusual for someone to pop by. Life. Which light notes? Oh, I'm at 3900 life. What the fuck? Lit. Fucking tank mode. I'm tanking over here. He's new to Discord. Yeah, no, I meant like he's been here like all league. As I said, he came by with that. This Discord's only been around for the league. I had a different one before. I just meant like this league. It's not been unusual for him to come by. Yeah, cute dogs in there. Yeah, Ghazi's in there. We stopped talking about TRS. Huh? I mean, it's literally a chat room. Yeah, I know. Like, it's not. It's not like it's a weird thing for people who play the same video game to be in the same chat room. Sorry, I guess I just wasn't sure what the source of the question was. But no, I'm not, or sorry, not the source of the question, but it kind of felt like you were implying that I was making up that there was like a fake Empyrean. I don't see that. Howard, no worries. That being said, I don't know what drove him here today though. Which is why I'm looking it up. Last time, because as I said, last time he was in there was because he thought I said something about him. So just want to make sure it's not like a something. I don't read my Discord obviously when I'm streaming. I just have the one monitor, as you can see. And I'm not big on moderating the internet. So I kind of let people sort of self-moderate, but sometimes people take advantage of that, obviously, and cross a line, and I tend to get held accountable for that. So I need to check every once in a while. And when I see somebody like Empyrean in there who is usually in there or has been in the past because of an issue, that's why I was concerned. Or still am. I haven't had a chance to read this yet. In fact, I should actually probably not here. I'm going to take off screen capture for a sec. Again, this is not. If someone's super curious, you can just search his name in my Discord, which is public. But just in case there's anything inappropriate being said by other people or something, I don't want to get flipped and fucking. Ooh, my fucking. Oh my god, I had my legs crossed. My foot just fell asleep. So, oh. Holy cow, my foot's so asleep. Sorry guys, I was answering a thing with MP. MP replied, yeah, I was answering. Sorry, you don't have to wait for me if I'm taking too long. Yeah, sorry, I'm just answering MP. I wouldn't bother to do this in the middle of this, but MP has a large enough audience. I don't know if he's streaming right now, but if he is, I don't want to. Yeah, like I don't want there to be some sour taste in the conversation. The context of what's going on. This is why, to me, leveling is laddering is kind of unless you like racing in the first like 2 days of the league. To me, this like pretty much removes any. And again, this is obviously a subjective thing. Not competitive element, but like one of the huge things, like advantage wise, you could have back in the day, was like being like hitting level 100 was like a big accomplishment, and like if you were because it was so hard to do and it took so long. It was like if you're gonna level a character to 100, you would like invest in that character accordingly. You know what I mean? Like with gear and time and blah blah blah. I don't think anything has been worse for the overall development of the game than this. And Chayula Breachstones. I think it makes people completely like detached from any sense of ownership or care. Not care, but like I'm not really articulating what I mean well here, but sorry, I'm just a little flustered. As I mentioned, I only have one monitor, and I have a pretty hard time switching between topics. So focusing on this and then Twitch chat and my Discord, and then I was also just having a little combo with MP. It's a little overwhelming. But like, yeah, I'm level 87. I've been AFK for 15 minutes and I've gained what, 22 levels? Like this character is gonna be, I'm gonna hit level 90 in 8.5 hours. I'm not even ascended yet. I don't even have an ascension. Everything, he was just asking why I got banned. For some reason, and like this is a sincere thing, I can imagine it probably came across as disingenuous. For some reason, I was thinking the thing with TFT was like fucking 4 leagues ago. I didn't realize the Divine to Exalt swap was just Kalandra big. Like that was literally last league. And then I looked up the date and it said it was in August. And I'm like, wait, it's February. That's like fucking like 7 months ago. And like this league's not even done yet. And then MP was like, yeah, the leagues have been going longer. I legitimately thought in my head it was like 4 leagues ago. But I guess it was, well, it was also like the 4th day of the league, so I guess that probably contributing into it too. But I realized I was wrong after a second, and then I was like, oh fuck, because I was like, nah, dude, it was definitely Sentinel League, but you know I was wrong. Admitted I was wrong. Obviously, when you're asked to tell a story and you start off, with the wrong time frame, it's not the easiest to seem like you're sincere. I would suppose so. I guess I got a little defensive, but no, we're good. We're good. I think it's always hard to tell what people are like. Whatever like predisposed viewpoint you have is like the when you read stuff in text, right? Like I've been reading a lot of Reddit comments, and a lot of Reddit comments are like overtly insulting or critical of me, right? And so like if I don't have a personal like relationship with someone where like I know they're, you know, you see them or you understand like the cadence or the way they type or talk, it's like if you see a question like that where it's like why'd you get banned, in my mind it's like I'm brought immediately to like Reddit, right? Because like that in the last week has happened literally over 1,000 times. My name on the Reddit has been mentioned over 1,000 times in the past week. And so yeah, maybe I think maybe I was just presuming that he was you know like it was a bad faith actor, which it turns out he wasn't. I just yeah. Anyways, yeah, no, everything's good. Everything's good. Sorry. I keep forgetting to grab those gems. Big mistake on my part. I don't normally play with other people, like ever. So like when I get, I like, you know, I always do things on my own time. Like you'll notice my YouTube videos are always like an hour long. Like I go for smoke breaks constantly. I'm not gonna lie, it's making me a little bit anxious being in a group with people because like there, for example, I was trying to answer a conversation with Empyrean and like I tabbed back in and realized they've been waiting for me for like 10 minutes. I hate like that feeling. I hate it. I actually love like when I'm physically mapping and doing that stuff with other people. It's like the most fun I have in mapping. But knowing how I play as a person, with respect to me constantly tabbing out and trading and talking chat and stuff. I guess it's more of like a juice ain't worth the squeeze kind of thing. Oh yeah, no, it's not like I'm having like an emotional breakdown or anything. It's just I like I don't like when people don't respect my time, and I don't want the impression to be that I feel entitled enough to waste your guys. Well, that seems so much smoother, like less like chunky. That's a weird way to refer to a frame rate, but you know what I mean? Chunky. I think it's more. Yeah, I'm gonna have a smoke break. I'll jump in one more 5-way with these guys, like a 5-minute one, because that should probably get me to what level? I don't know how much longer is in this one, but I should probably get to like level 93 or something like that. Maybe 2 more. 95 is a good point. I think it gives you enough points to kind of like navigate, get cluster jewels if you want them, etc. But it also like I don't like hitting level 100 and not having like a character that like it feels like I've like progressed with it. You know what I mean? If I've already like crafted some of the gear and I'm already level 100, it's kind of like what's the point of even playing this character? There's no. Yeah, I'm gonna go for a smoke break after this start. I gotta remember to put the gems in. Where are the awakened enhances? Can I have a minute, please, guys, for your start? I haven't been leveling any of my gems this whole time. I've been too flustered to put them in, so you just give me a sec here to. Alright, gotta put the Haku craft on the weapon. With the, fucking, I don't have a goddamn exalt. Jesus Christ. This peasant tower. Where's the other fucking enhance? Where'd it go? Other gems, other gems, other gems. Where's the discharge? Oh my god, I have all these awakened gems. Shit. Alright, lads. Okay, awakened elements, awakened. Fuck, I have like 35 awakened gems. I could have been leveling this whole time. Where did put that? Do I have any green gems? Pressing stuff out so much. I hate playing this. Percent damage is actually that's a perfect roll, A, but it's also a pretty reasonably good fracture. If I clear out my stash, I'll be less flustered. Okay, I think that's okay. Okay, sorry guys, I apologize for the wait. You know it's time to move on with the chat about weather. Yeah, whether or not I give a fuck. Boom! That's a perfect time. That's a perfect walkout line for a cigarette. What are you doing? Yeah, guys. Hi, Dad. Uh, you lose money? You can explain that to me. Okay, I'll come back. I don't understand how you lose money. Oh, is it just because of drops or? Is whole gear prepared? No, no, no. I actually just realized something too. In the excitement of discharge, I haven't eaten a meal today. So I should order food too. I'll do that while I'm smoking. There we go. That was the one thing I kind of want to wait for was the enhances. Actually, I'm just gonna wait for the next one to go smoke. I had to go pee. I don't know what time it's at right now. I feel like it's like 2 minutes though. Under 2 minutes. Yeah, that was 4 minutes ago. Might as well just wait. Oh, Nate, do you want the? I just sort of assumed because you run these all day, you don't care about incubators. Do you want the incubators I'm picking up? Should have asked you that last time or beforehand. How rude! Looking at me liking? Yeah, no, I don't think he's too concerned about incubators. Boo. That's my opinion. I'll give it to you when I get back. I really want to have a cigarette. What else is valuable? We've all been friends in game for a while. We're just busting each other's balls. One of my favorite things in my Discord is when somebody asks for build advice or like what someone thinks of their item, and then we just reply with like peasants gifs. It's like, oh, peasant, but like a gif of it. I find that hilarious. So someone calling me a peasant, that's some righteous indignation there. And definitely deserved. I don't know what any of these items are. Okay, I don't care about that. Right. Do I do manual labor? The military would be the closest I've ever done. I was calling him a manual laborer because that's always how I make fun of people who do mapping for currency. I always make the joke that it's like a fry when people talk to me about mapping, it's like a fry cook complaining to the CEO of McDonald's about the company's outlook. Very. Oh, look at all this bubblegum currency. Oh, oh yeah. What was the item you want to help me? What was your question? What is your opinion on this? Prefixes are dope. I don't suspect Wanzers would have any difficulty hitting crit cap, as most builds don't, so I don't see too much value in the suffix. The mana too. Yeah, I would. If it were mine, I probably would wipe the suffixes, depending on what level of investment you're trying to get into it. I mean, the value here, functionally, would be the two grasping mail prefixes. The other three mods are somewhat superfluous. Oh, it's not centered? Okay. No, it is. I think it's just because I moved my head. That's weird. Oh, do I need to buy the Yeah, boys, I have no idea what's going on here. What's your up mean then? I have no idea what's going on right now. Oh shit, that's pathologic. Okay, nope. Here we go. There it is. Sorry guys. I don't know why that was yeah, I'm calling voice chat. What level am I? Oh, he's in my Discord voice chat. As I was saying a few times, like I have a very, very difficult time yeah, that's how you know you can trust your friends, boys. Da, 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 da. Fuck, I didn't even quality the fucking gems. Fuck, I'm retarded. Can't fix it. Sticker on mode done. Yeah, this whole time we haven't had it. Doesn't really matter because you can use the beastcraft, but still. A Grimmer is a fry cook. I'm not. It's obviously a humorous comparison meant to be like, I don't actually think I need to explain it. If you take that literally or offensively, it's on you. I would equivocate that with like getting upset over like 14-year-old girls that like when Twilight was popular that were like Team Edward. So you're saying that you're anti-werewolf because you're not Team Jacob? Okay. It's going to cost you a 2-week temporary ban until you express remorse. The bro thing was a joke. Well, it's very hard to tell. And as of late, I think it's pretty safe to take the to fall into the camp that, from my perspective at least, is generally safer given recent events to assume that it's not gestural. I have I honestly have a hard time believing um, that most of the people that have expressed outrage over things I've said or whatever done in the past actually have like a sincere, like that outrage is sincere. I think it's just um, it's a way to justify a disdain. You know what I mean? It's like if someone thinks that I'm an asshole just because like I told them their build was bad one time, or like they came by and had a bad experience on stream, or like maybe a bad interaction on Reddit or whatever. I feel like it's a lot easier to be able to point to something like that and be like, "This is why I think he's an asshole," and like, because I think it's easier to get like you know what I mean? Instead of like gathering sympathies from a crowd by saying, "Yeah, this guy answered my question I asked him." It's easier to say this guy was, a sexist or a racist or whatever. I don't actually sincerely think most people, at least ones with a rational sense of mind and somewhat objective stance, actually truly, believe most of what is written. Um, but yeah, I very well could be wrong. Ooh, 2-1 in. No, I don't mean TFT. I mean like, let's see the website's called again. My name. I found a website. It's called Social Graph. This is how many times my name has been mentioned on Reddit Path of Exile this past week. 1,208. Those are obviously not all people associated with TFT. It's more so the people. I'm talking about people that are, you know, that have no horse in the race. That are like, yeah, fuck that guy. Because again, when I say like, there have been a lot, like at least 600 or 700 of these are comments that are insulting me, or you know, that are critical of me as a person. And I in my mind, I would say maybe like when I think it through, and this is not like a way to absolve my responsibility for anything that I've done in the past, but I think maybe about 50 of them are sincere comments of actual, like, you know what I mean? Because some of them are like, yeah, this guy belongs in prison because he said he was going to stuff someone in a locker. Whoa. What's going on here? Just about to level. There we go. But that could also, you know, that could just be a way for me to try and rationalize away legitimate criticism. But I mean, some of them are so like, you know. Should I be leaving right now or? Two people are dead. See? Nothing to say other yet. I remember distinctly the first time I came home. When I went through basic training, it was like Christmas was in between, right? It was like I started basic training in like it was like October or something like that, and so like 2 months into it, the Canadian basic training is 3 months. So like 2 months in, we got like a week off or 2 weeks off or whatever for Christmas. And I remember going home, and you know, I saw my parents like excited to see them. They're excited to see me, and they're like, James. They're like, yeah. I was like, yeah. They're like, you've said fuck every second word for the past 25 minutes. I was like, what? They're like, yeah. They're like, do you not hear yourself? I was like, what do you mean? They're like, this is what you sound like. You're like, yeah, so I was fucking there with the fucking boys, and you know, we went down to town, and this fucking asshole little prick, you know, and like they're like, you literally say fuck every like second word. I was like, oh, you know, I hadn't noticed that at all. But I guess it's kind of like code switching, right? Like you change your vernacular, your environment. But I think for the most part, in most aspects of my life, I'm a pretty well articulated person. But you know, that was something that just completely did not occur to me. But I think most of the people, a lot of people have DM me actually when like I guess I meant I don't really remember what I say in a lot of my videos, to be honest, because I don't edit them. They're just me talking for an hour, and I don't have like a script or whatever. Um, so I guess I mentioned at some point, trying to explain that there was no malice when I say things. But yeah, sorry, I got like 30 not 30, probably 8 or 10 DMs from people that were like in some form of the armed forces, being like, I know exactly what you mean, or like, don't stress it, blah blah blah. So that might just be one of those things that doesn't really make sense unless you've done it. Okay, so we have not even done. We have not even ascended yet, so we're level 95. 9 hours in. Take a screenshot. That's how good I am at fucking. Yeah, I mean, I think that the most poignant way I've ever heard it put, and I repeat this phrase all the time, but the words originally are not my own. I can't remember where I heard it, but it was like, as much as I respect everyone's right to be offended, uh, they must respect the fact that nobody has the right to not be offended. And I was like, yeah, really what it is. That being said, though, I do think it's important to acknowledge personal like culpability when you believe you're in the wrong. Like for example, when I got banned from TFT, I wasn't contrite in any way to them, but I said a word that like is has had shifting meaning over the years that I didn't say maliciously, but it is a pejorative term for a traditionally disenfranchised group of people, marginalized group of people. And so right after I said it, I went on my Discord. I was like, "Hey guys, if any of you are watching, apologize for saying that. I didn't mean it negatively. I understand, it's still inappropriate, doesn't excuse it, but just wanted to explain myself and apologize and try to be more careful of that in the future." And whether or not they accept that, it was a legitimate, like, you know, there are points where I'm like, "Fuck, I shouldn't have said that." But then there's other times where, for example, I was making like I was like, if there's a mole in our guild, I'm gonna fucking track his IP. I'm gonna pay TFT mods to let me know where he lives, and I'm gonna stone him to death, and then I'm gonna find him again and shove him in a locker. And it's like, I'm not even talking about a person. I'm talking about a hypothetical mole in my guild, in a way that is meant to like be, um, reflect the absurdity of that situation. That somebody would ever be send a mole to someone else's guild in a video game. Uh, and so that's been brought up like 60, 70, 80 times by different people on the Reddit as a reason for why I'm unhinged and violent. And like, not in a million trillion years would I ever apologize for that, because A, it was clearly gestural. B, my Discord is called Belton's Discord. I don't have it open right now, but it's literally called Belton's Discord. The implication there being you're coming there with the understanding that it's my Discord, and I certainly don't. I never have, and I certainly don't intend on ever compulsively filtering myself under the expectation that there's some bad actor constantly there waiting to screenshot me with no context, like with no context, and or any intention of right. Like if I want to have fun and play video games with my friends, I think I'm entitled as much as anyone else is to speak as I will. Now, there's a difference between There's a difference between me talking to a couple buddies on Discord who are shooting this shit and making jokes with each other versus when I go streaming, right? Like if I stream, I'm putting myself into a public arena, and I think that there's some implied decorum that goes along with that. You have to hold yourself to a higher standard, right? But I don't, I do not accept, and I will not accept that that is applicable, and nor will I ever, um, back down on that stance that in a private conversation that where there happens to be talk about like acting in bad faith, like somebody telling you that for the rest of your life you have to assume your phone calls are being tapped and people can hear what you're saying and you must conduct your business accordingly. It's a ludicrous statement. There's a right to be offended. Yeah, every person has the right to interact or feel the way they choose, right? But there is no right to not be offended, right? Like if I tell you to go fuck yourself, right? You have every right to feel like, to feel hurt by that or to be upset by that. But you have absolutely no right in any constitutional way or any kind of, contemporary Western democratic free society way of thinking in either expression or like there are no rights in the world that would ever entitle someone to not have their sensibilities or sensitivities catered to by every other person they interact with, and that's what that means. If that not to be presumptuous, but I'm assuming by your name that English isn't your first language, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but if it wasn't clear what I meant, that's what I meant. Like only an asshole would ever refuse to apologize when he knows he's wrong, and only a pussy would apologize when he knows he isn't. And somewhere between pussy and asshole, that's where perceptions get tainted. Woohoo! Bun game strong. That's a cigarette walkout joke. Have you ever had the thought of I'm getting old? Uh, yeah, I'm about to walk out, so I won't tell you the full story. And it was kind of a weird situation, but it was when I slept with a mother and a daughter, not together, but at separate times. And I was like, the fact that I'm at an age where it's appropriate, well, not maybe appropriate. The mom was obviously a little bit older than me, but like where it's possible for me to have had relations with. Yeah, I think that was the first time I was like, damn, I'm getting older. And then like when friends start having babies and shit too. I am gonna go for a smoke though. I'll see you guys in a few. Okay, what's up, Swoldemore? Thanks, dude. Appreciate that, brother. I was just reading through some of the video comment. I made a YouTube video the other day. Yeah, I don't let stuff like this get to me, but it's pretty crazy. Um, uh, some of the comments people leave. Yeah, this one. I'm totally on TFT's side with the drama. The first time I ever tuned into your stream, you were outside for a smoke. You left your desktop open with your email showing there was one from your sister basically saying what a piece of shit you are. There's been many occasions you've called people retarded. I hope you eventually get your PoE account banned. You're a complete piece of shit, and just remember karma is a bitch. This is in response to me posting a video about crafting a frenzy charge ring. I think a comment like that says more about the person leaving it than it does myself. Also, I have a separate email account for PoE, so I would never get an email from my sister on that. But I mean, even if I did, that would be a woefully inappropriate thing to say to someone. But obviously, a lot of emotion wrapped up in this situation. That struck me as a rather shocking comment, though. I just replied, "You're welcome to hold that stance, my man. I don't think the two things are mutually exclusive. Anyways, all the best." It's not really. There's no. I mean, someone that's that angry or aggressive, you're not gonna. There's no reason to engage with, really. Yeah, get shit. Yeah, all good. I don't particularly like people bringing up my family, but it's the internet. What can you do? You get kind of used to it too. I was curious, like when I was just kind of I mean, like, sorry, I guess to preface, you have to advocate for yourself, or you can't really expect other people to do so, right? I feel like there was a good amount of moderation bias in how things were handled with the Reddit staff, and so I think I stated my points pretty clearly here. Um, Obviously, some people don't agree, some people do, but everyone's obviously welcome to interpret presentation of information as they choose. Uh, but out of curiosity, I've been looking this up since I got banned from Reddit, and I found this website where you can search for keywords on subreddits. And most recently, there have been 1,208 comments left that mention my name, and you can go through them. I'd say at least 700 of them are comments along that line. And like, I mean, it doesn't. I don't put too much weight into them, but like, you know, everyone has a vision of how they present themselves to the world, uh, and I think in everyone's mind, they're their own protagonist, obviously, and there are certainly, I'm not beyond reproach, but I definitely don't. I don't think I really understand sometimes stuff like that. Actually, and that can be that can be disheartening occasionally. Yeah, still human, but I find it interesting though how stuff like that is you know considered a part of a public productive dialogue, and me saying something targeting no specific person, just anger articulating on a private Discord server, again not at a specific person, just saying words out into the air, is considered harassment, threatening, and doxing. Also, someone from the TFT guild is trying to buy something from me. But also, and this is my mistake. Belton is my actual last name. And so if you Google search my name, these things can come up, which has real world ramifications, for future employment, and if I'm going on a date with a girl or whatever, and she wants to make sure I'm not a serial killer or something like that. But I also had someone I'm close with that was that's not doing so great. Called me the other day because I told them I was streaming or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna run a Google alert in case you ever get famous," which I thought was a joke. And I got a phone call from them in a very distressed state because they thought I'd been arrested, and I came to find out it was because of a Reddit thread on the Path of Exile Reddit saying that I should be imprisoned for the comments I made with respect to stuffing a imaginary person into a locker, and then there was like a whole little aggressive thread after. And prior to that, I've always been pretty like blasé about it, but I guess that was the first time that I was like, wait, there's actually there are potential ramifications and implications for people saying stuff like that. That being said, I still, as like a core value, believe in people's rights to express themselves, regardless if it's at my expense or not. So I think that supersedes anything else. but nonetheless, still be hard reading that stuff, especially when it's you know, I know in my heart of hearts like what my intentions are in a situation like this, and when there's like literally thousands or hundreds, I guess, of comments. Uh, yeah, it's it's hard to rectify a situation like that with one whereby you know the central theme and why I'm a terrible person in most people's mind is because of offhanded comments I've made at times. But the consideration for I think there's about three situations in the 7,000 hours I've streamed. There's about three situations that have been cited over the past week, over 10 years and 7,000 hours. And in 1 week, there are 1,200 situations that I can point to. And not only that, I'm not afforded the opportunity to present my side of the story, and I'm banned from that. It's like a shooting gallery at a certain point. I think I'm gonna take a break, guys. Just get some food, kind of clear my head a little bit. Thank you guys for being here. We got see, I started a new character, level 95. We actually haven't even done a first lab yet, so lots to do still, but got the levels now. I am I like to approach the game with my chipper enthusiasm, and I think I just need a little bit of as the colloquialism says, go touch grass for a little bit. I'm not going to be long, probably an hour or two, but I'll end the stream just in case I end up being longer than that. Oh shoot, fuck! Someone sold me a corrupted one, motherfucker. Yeah. Anyways, guys, I hope you have a great night. Sorry I was a little distracted. Just I get a little flustered with lots going on.